welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. I'm your host, the Innkeeper, and this is your live call-in talk show all about the Wheel of Time. And we're here for a pre-after watch party for episode 6, and Brian's here. Brian the Gleeman. What's up?
What's up? Honest, great to be back at the end.
I'm excited. Did you see this tweet by Sarah? I'm going to show it in a bit, but I am super excited because episode 6, we're going to talk a little bit. We have, 26 minutes till it drops, and then we'll watch, and then we'll react and have an after show. So the way this will work is, in the next 25 minutes, neither Brian or I have seen any of the episode 6 previews or the clips or anything, so we'll be speculating. I'll have a guest joining me towards in the next 25 minutes, and we'll then put up a timer and a thing saying that we're watching. You won't hear any of the show, so we'll be reacting, and once we're done, we'll be back for our after show and discussion. So I like this by Stewardry, hopefully 26 minutes. I mean, yes, we had that snafu with episode 4, I guess, but that seems like history, so I think we'll be good. Yes, please, no spoilers from episode 6 previews, please. But we are full book spoilers, so definitely in chat, full book spoilers. On the show itself, we'll be right now, we'll try to be maybe end of, let's do, Brian, what do you think? End of the Dragon Reborn until we...
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, so, let me just put that on there. So we've got some spoilers. But then that first 30 minutes after we're done will be, like, pretty much no book spoilers. So that first, for any of our, only show watchers, that first 30 minutes from like 9 Eastern to 9:30 Eastern, we'll talk. And then we'll become full book spoilers. And so that'll be fun. So Brian, did you see this tweet that I mentioned by Sarah?
Sarah Nakamura?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see it. You're talking about the one where she said she'd been waiting for 2 years for us to watch these episodes.
I took a screenshot of it, and I didn't realize it's not showing up as well as I wanted it to. So I'll still share it.
I summarized it enough. We're good. She said 2 years ago that, or maybe a year ago, she said something to the effect of 6, 7, and 8 are going to blow our minds, and we've been waiting for a really long time for this. So I'm super excited.
It's funny. I'm
Sarah
showing
thinks
it.
This is awesome. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm showing it, but there's like a thing that's covering that Sarah's thumbnail and her like her handle, because I was But she said she said good night, and one of her most favorite sequences of the entire series across both seasons happens in this episode, and it doesn't include anyone you might immediately think of. So. Who is she saying?
Ludra. I immediately thought of it. So
you always think of Ludra. So you would because you're also always thinking of Ludra, and that's not her. So maybe Ludra is the scene.
It's possible.
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible.
I think she's talking about Egwene, right? Like, I think that's having seen what happens at the end of the last episode, I think that's probably the one she's saying it's not about. So who do you think it is about? I'm seeing a lot of guesses. What's your guess? Let me poll.
Aludra is my guess, but other backup guesses would be like Falme and Luca.
Yeah.
Maybe we see Obel Doman come back in some capacity. Maybe Egwene shows up.
Okay. But this is her most favorite scene, so it's not like a character thing. It's like a scene. So
it could be like a reveal of like an amazing Val and Luca showing up with a freaking circus at the end. That would be cool.
Yeah.
It could be maybe like Gawain and Galad, them showing up with like the quarterstaff scene.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Please.
Those are just things I would think of immediately, though.
Yes.
So I don't really think it's that, unless she has a very low opinion of what we think about.
Let me end this poll. So, which episode scene are you most anticipating? 57%, I think, are saying Falme, Cairhien, and then on the way to Falme/Cairhien, and then the White Tower coming in. So about 350 of you voted there. So let me put this. I like what's going on in chat right now. So, what scene is Sarah N referring to? Aludra.
So chat is saying,
Okay,
so
so
we could put
Aludra.
Aludra as one of the
Aludra.
options. Maybe Bail Doman. We could be people are saying Bane and Shiad might show up.
Okay.
We could see what else did people say? Swan and Rand.
Oh, okay.
That might be.
I like that one.
Something we see.
Okay. All right. I like that.
Ninja Librarian says maybe it would be a Guam.
Oh, okay. All right.
Maybe Shantini says, I think I said that right, Shantini. Shantini says, we will see our first glimpse of Chesmo Imri.
I like that. I like that. Okay. All right. I took a few of those. Let's see what people think about this. Okay. All right. Okay.
Maybe it's Lan doing a striptease in the middle of the foregate to draw attention to himself to distract other people. That would be a butt rock moment and definitely exciting scene maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, really, what do you think about having seen none of the previews? What do you think is going to be like the big thing you want to see in this episode?
All right. So Sarah said that this is the beginning of her 3 favorite episodes that have happened so far, and then this one in particular is her favorite sequence. So things that I think are definitely going to happen in this episode, we are definitely going to see Egwene getting absolutely destroyed as a Damani.
Yeah.
And it's going to be heartbreaking and horrible, and we're all very prepared to cry about it.
Cry on screen. Cry on screen.
Oh yeah, could be that. Could be that.
We'll be crying on screen, I think. Yeah.
We need the Lanfear Rand dream to finish.
Do you think that's
there's
what
more
we're
of that, or
starting
maybe
with?
he just wakes up and we miss it, and we just have to take his word for what happened. Lan is gonna show up. I'm sure he wasn't in the last episode, so we got to get Lan back in the story.
Mm-hmm.
What about Hopper? Aaron? I don't know.
Yeah.
Avienda? I have no idea.
You've pretty much mentioned all.
I'm just naming all the characters.
All the characters.
Honestly. What do you want from me?
Nynaeve, Elayne, you've missed them. But I think it should be, the way I think of it is an action scene versus a one-on-one kind of profound, talk between two characters, right? So if you think of
or it could be like a really comedic moment, like
yes, well,
and slipping on a banana peel right as he's about to slice a Trollocs head off.
I mean, I still think, the way Sarah put that makes me think it's a little bit more.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, all right.
Her favorite sequence is going to be.
Ooh, I like this.
A Dr. Pepper product placement. Thanks.
That's good.
I have to take a phone call, so I will be back in like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Turn off my camera.
Yeah.
But I will be right back.
Okay. All right. So it's just me. I mean, I'm gonna look at some of these comments here. So people are saying could be Varen. Min and Matt run into Pater. That's definitely one that would be surprising. I really like this. Fantastic Fanatic said maybe Guitar's Vision, and I think that is definitely one that I would want to see if Swan's in this episode. Maybe we get the Swan Moraine flashback, and if we do get that, then we're going to see a Guitara foretelling. Let me check one thing here, and Yes, let me see if our other guests can join us now while Brian is away. I'm going to write to them here. Okay, good. And so let's see. Let me see where this poll is going. So about 200 votes. Well, this is pretty split vote. I do like people going for the Steve reveal. Yeah, definitely one that people are still believing that we will get one day, that Steve will be back. I don't know if that will happen. All right, so let's see. Let me play this one thing. Thank you, Innkeeper Hatch, for sending me. Let me see what this is. This is Rami Park answering a question at Comic-Con from a year ago. And Rami is our writer for this episode. Okay. All right, let me pull this up and see. Okay, that's there. See there. Okay, so this is Rami Park from San Diego Comic-Con last year. She's asking a question about, I think, episode 6 and being a writer. Let's play this for you guys here.
I think that kind of overlaps with my next question, was what it means to you, because you are getting this opportunity to draw fans deeper into Robert Jordan's world with Origins.
It means a great deal. I mean, I take that very seriously, and I think it's important for me and for all of us to try and, as I said before, serve the people who love the books as much as the new viewers that we're trying to draw in.
I love that. And then I have a question for all of you.
All right, so that was Brian. Are you back? Yes, Brian. So Rami basically, saying that obviously there's new viewers, and that they're writing a lot for them, but she is recognizes us fans and book readers about just serving us and getting us hopefully a great episode 6. I mean, I'm trying to think of episode 6 last. Well, episode 6 was the kind of Moraine episode last year, right? Yeah. So I think that worked out really well. So Brian, you doing okay? Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Good,
Awesome.
good.
What are we?
My
14 minutes?
mother was in the hospital this morning, and she was just calling after she got home, so everything's okay.
Okay.
She's fine.
All right. Well, that's good.
But I just wanted to talk to her for a few minutes, so that's why I had to hop. So I'm
Yeah.
back though. Everything's good.
The yellow Aja strong at work. So that's good.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to end this poll. It's a pretty split poll, but most people here, about 30%, think it's a Rand and Swan showdown. So that means that we are going, Swan. What are you looking forward from Swan in episode 6 onwards in season 2? Like, I didn't really expect her to be in Cairhien, and that's kind of what we glimpsed from the trailer.
Yeah.
What do you think's going to happen?
Well, she's gonna tell Rand, you are the water, the power is the wheel, or whatever it is that she says. So we know that's gonna happen. I'm hoping for another on your knees moment. Something that she says that's just wildly unexpected and interesting, and totally memeable. I really want to see that. The sequence in the Great Hunt, it's at the beginning of the Great Hunt, I think, where Rand meets the Amerlin seat.
Yes.
And has a conversation with her, and I expect that we'll get something along those lines with her. And one thing that just occurred to me is Moraine is not allowed to go back to the tower, but Swan is not going to be in the tower, so we will probably maybe get a Moraine Swan reunion here.
Okay.
Which could be interesting, especially given how I think things have changed for Moraine since the last time they saw each other.
things have significantly changed for her.
Things have significantly changed.
Yes.
And will Swan know about the shielding? Will Moraine tell her? Will there be something else going on? That could be really interesting to find out.
I would imagine if there's one person Moraine actually opens up to, it's Swan. And so that would be, I think that the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is I want to know what Moraine's up to. And hopefully it's a little bit more than what we've seen till now.
Yeah.
We've seen glimpses, and she's keeping secrets. There was clearly stuff about the Lanfear that she was looking into and all that. But I think I want this kind of like, okay, we're getting towards the end. What is your plan, Moraine? And I want to see that. And
yeah,
it's somewhat of that scene where Rand meets Swan, but I think Moraine and Varyn are in the room as well. And so that would be that would definitely something that would be great. I just saw in chat that it says my spelling for without in the bottom banner is on point. So this is like the things you have to you
have to pay attention to when you're the Innkeeper.
Well, not only that, but these are the things. This is the thing. Like now, like I'm like the only thing I care about now, and I'm like trying to fix that. So
you can't unsee it. Yeah, exactly.
Like this is like and let me see if I can. There you go. Do you see that magic? Magic?
Yeah, I saw that magic. That's magical, man.
That's magic.
You're like a wizard.
All right, there you go.
I'm impressed.
All right. It's like I'm like just trying to fix that. The last. Oh,
hey, Sulin's here.
Sul'dam, hey.
You're muted, my friend.
Huh?
Hello.
There you are.
Yeah, you are. How you doing? Thank you
I'm
for
good.
joining us. It's a little bit late into the night for you, but I mean it is episode 6 of the season 2 of the Wheel of Time. So we were just talking about what Swan is going to offer in episode 6. And we haven't seen any of the previews or the clips, so we're staying away from that.
Them as well.
So thanks for jumping on and reacting with us. So what do you think, Swan? What do you want Swan to do in this episode?
I want fish metaphors or fish references.
Yes.
I'll be very disappointed if we don't get that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want her to come in and stir up some drama. Have an argument with Moraine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to see their relationship tested.
Yeah.
They've been on this journey together for so long now that it'd be inevitable for, there to be a strain. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the, Brian, you talked about this in your episode, BARSIDE Chat's review that you did with Matt, that this is like that point where there's the point of no return. And this is when, someone like Swan, who's, great actor, big player in the world of the Wheel of Time, who come like now is when big things, changes in terms of happenings that you would expect to happen. And I think having someone like Swan would be great. So do you think the wedding is going to happen? Are we going to see wedding? Let me end this.
I think next episode.
Okay. Oh,
next
wow. Okay.
Episode.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, we're going to spend a lot of time, and we're going to be in Cairhien in episode 7. I never thought we would be in Cairhien. And let me ask what people are thinking. Are we going to see the royal wedding in Cairhien?
I mean, it's unless there's like a little bit of a time skip, because in the last episode, Barthane said the wedding is in a few weeks, and it seems unlikely that they could fast forward a few weeks, but we know Lanfear is like actively hunting them, and we know Rand is asleep right now, interacting with Lanfear somehow. So it seems unlikely that they're going to wake up, like do the Lanfear dream, wake up, then skip a couple of weeks to the wedding. Like they could do that if there's like a cold open or something.
Right.
or they skip ahead a couple weeks to the wedding and then do kind of, hey Rand, remember that dream from 3 weeks ago? What was that about? Like they could do that,
Yeah.
and that would be a strange choice. But they've made strange choices. That's possible. But I do think it would be a little too soon. And my guess is the wedding will be at the beginning of episode 7, and then the aftermath of the wedding is going straight to Falme
Yeah.
because stuff's going down. Um, and so that way everybody's in Falme for episode 8. That would be my uh speculation here.
Okay. All right. Let's see how people are voting, and it seems to be they're voting towards no, that we're not going to see. We have about 6 minutes left. So what we'll do is we'll look like this. I'll put this timer up there. I'll put this up there when we're watching. When it drops at 8, we'll start watching here. I'll start play. I'll count down, and we'll hit play. That's timer will start, and then we'll react, watch, and as soon as we're done, this will go away, and we'll be back, and we'll chat. So that's kind of the logistics of what will happen. So yeah, 5 minutes left. What do you think the cold open is going to be? Let me end this poll. About 200 votes here. It seems to be going towards the no's. Sul'dam, what do you think? What's our cold? I mean, the cold opens have been interesting in how they've done it, and they're not very, especially
Cold
episode
opening?
3. Yeah, they're also they're very they're not something that's happening elsewhere. How season 1 was. It's very much part of the story. They're just being in it. So what do you think we're gonna see for episode 6?
Mm,
Or what do
Min
you
and
want to
Matt,
see?
maybe.
Oh, okay.
Min and Matt.
I want to see so much of Min and Matt that it's
That we're sick of them by the end of it.
well that in the sense, like, it's more of like I don't want to even think about how much I want to, because I'll be disappointed. So I'm like, okay, we're not going to see much of them, and then when we actually do see a lot of them, it'll be like, okay, that was awesome. I don't want to set any expectations, because I feel like if I do, I'm going to be disappointed. Oh, I like this. Egwene. Is that what, Alexander, you're trying to say? It has to, like, they show Egwene in, kind of how the White Cloaks were, cleaning her, the similar kind of scene, maybe, where, like, how the Demani are treated, and it's Egwene. Brian, what do you think?
No. I think the prologue is most likely to be something unrelated to the main character's plot. So the prologues so far have been dream sequences, Dark Friend Social, flashback to getting Lanfear out of the seal, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so and then the accepted test for Nynaeve.
Yeah.
And so just a scene of, like, our characters doing plot things seems unlikely.
Okay.
So it's probably going to be some sort of world building, some sort of, like, tension ratcheting situation. Somebody in chat said maybe it's the Guitar Amorosa foretelling. That could be really interesting as a cold open. It could be a flashback to like something Ishamael or Lanfear did in the past to compel Sharia, maybe. It could be something that's, like, giving us more information about the world and not necessarily directly moving the plot.
Yeah.
I think that's where
Yeah.
I would go with.
Yeah, that's he's saying maybe go straight to Rand. I wouldn't be opposed to that, because the way they ended, would be interesting. I mean, a lot of people I thought I saw about guitar foretelling, and if that's what it is, I just feel like it would be a little maybe off-putting, but no, it's fine. I mean, like, just seeing a flashback sequence and then guitar foretelling, I mean, I'm here for it. I just don't know if that's the narrative choice they've taken for the season yet. But it'll,
we're gonna find out in about
2 minutes,
100 seconds. So
all right.
see who's right.
Okay. Hey, you're at the right place to speculate. So
I think it would be cool to get some Seanchan backstory, like Arthur Hawkwing,
okay,
like
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, maybe the Empress of the Nine Moons or something would be pretty neat. That might be something that Sarah's alluding to, somebody we're not expecting to see two on,
Mm-hmm.
or the Empress back in Shandar
Yeah,
doing something. That might be neat.
that
Uh,
to be honest, I'm like, I don't know why. I really want the guitar foretelling now. Like that's like, so
there you go.
if you see my
That's good.
face and I'm like, it's not the guitar foretelling, and I'll be like this. That's
It
what
could be
that.
like a hunting for the horn thing.
I saw
I don't know.
a King
There's a lot that it could be.
King King Laman thing.
Yeah,
All right, so about 1 minute left. Let me start to get things ready here. So,
I'm gonna turn my light on because I think it's making my camera unfocused.
Oh, okay. For sure. Whatever
So
works.
I'm going to turn my light off
Oh, okay.
so I can watch the show.
All
I'll be
right.
right back.
Okay. All right. I'm setting things up here. So I'm putting this up here. So we're going to start watching very soon. And you will not be able to hear,
Yeah, it's immediately better.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Brian and Sul'dam, I'm gonna mute you guys, so the audio doesn't play. So it's top of the hour. And I'm gonna mute you guys. And okay. All right.
Are you prepared to vamp for 48 minutes?
I mean, yes. I mean, vamping is like the easiest.
I have it.
Okay. All right. Oh, it is funny that we have someone from across the pond. So, let's see. Episodes.
Still don't see it yet.
Let's see. It dropped. Yasmin said it dropped.
Up in the UK, apparently.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Sulan's got it.
Wait till it's on. Sulan's
All
got
right.
it.
So just a reminder, we're
It's here.
skipping the ad,
It's up.
but we're
It's up in
not
Canada.
skipping the recap.
Yes, exactly. We're skipping the ad, but we're not skipping this. Yep. That is exactly what it is. Sulan, did you sign up for waiting? Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here, you guys.
All right. So yeah, no, I don't.
I see it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right. It dropped. Okay. All right. So let me pull it up here. Episode.
Also, I have 2 tissues,
Okay, you have
and I
two.
can't pass them to anyone.
No,
So
and I have none. So, well, I'm very prepared. So,
Thursday.
okay, skip that. Make that there. All right. So, let's see there.
Ready when you are, my friends.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to count down and then hit the timer. All right. So see you on the other side. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Sul'dam.
Hello.
Hi. Brian, can you hear me? Brian, you with us? Brian, Brian just.
What just happened?
I don't
Oh
know.
my god, that episode
Okay.
from start to finish could not take my eyes off the screen. Like every
Yeah.
single scene was perfectly. I have one minor nitpick, but everything else was so good. And Egwene, like she killed it. Maddie killed it.
Yeah,
Oh
she
my
did.
god.
Yeah. Wow. I felt like.
I don't even know where to start. Honestly,
Yeah.
where do we start?
It's
Okay.
so much.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I took notes, and I think the easy place to start is actually some of the dream stuff. So this is the stuff that I was like, I didn't, I was expecting a lot of things, but the way they explained the dream stuff. So pretty much we saw like, first half of the episode, or like first, I don't know how many, we saw Ishamael and Lanfear in the dream world. And we saw them.
I forgot the beginning of the episode.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you have to remind me
That's what
happened.
I'm saying, right? So there was so much of that. Like halfway through, I'm like, wait, I haven't seen Ishi or Lanfear in like forever, and like, I don't even know when that was. Like so there was the initial Lanfear Rand moment, and then Rand's like, I gotta go. So I think I have one like amazing personal favorite part of the episode, and let me try to find it here. This is like where I was like, how
All right,
could
do a poll first. Was this your favorite episode? Are you okay?
Yes.
Something like that. We
Yes.
need people to know. We need to know how people are doing.
Are you okay?
Sul'dam. What are you feeling right now? You're feeling something?
I'm very warm. I think I just spent the whole time like I knew we were gonna go through the ringer with it with Maddie and Egwene, and I was like waiting for the episode to punch me in the face with it, and then it did. And like that final scene at the end with Rima Sedai and her warder, and then but the way they kept cutting between that and Egwene's struggle.
Yes.
And as book readers, we know that neither of those is going to go well. Well, we assume that Rima's not going to go well, but we know that Egwene isn't going to win that battle. And so it's just waiting for the axe to fall, as it were. And Rhaena was, oh my god, just brutal. I wasn't expecting the physical violence, like the actual just kicking her, like that really
yes
took me by surprise.
That
was disturbing. That sequence.
There were so many I was like, how are they going to show like Egwene being broken? And because there's not enough time, right? But I don't know how they found time to do everything in this episode.
Everything they did.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Question.
Okay. All right.
Which scene do you think Sarah was talking about?
I think we'll eventually get that, but I
have an idea of what scene it was.
Okay. All right. So
what's your idea?
I think it's the Liandrin and Lanfear scene.
Okay. Yes. That's what I like circled on my page here. I'm like, these are probably two of the favorite best performance of season 2. Both of them, and to have them in a room together is just amazing.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of all these things. Okay, but let me share this because I thought this was amazing that they actually. It like hit me after the fact that they did this. So let me see what you guys think of the wording Lanfear uses here.
One day love.
All right, let me pull it up first. So there.
That right? Men who can chant, they lose their minds. And eventually kill everyone they love.
Is she, dear? If he doesn't want you to be here, then you shouldn't be.
She calls him Ishi. That is just amazing. How amazing is
so
the
good.
fact that I was like, there is no way. Like this is the sort of things that they're giving us that is just amazing. So I wanted to focus on that first because it genuinely made me like, wow, okay, they are not they're not being afraid of doing certain things like that,
Sure.
and because that is that is a you could be like, oh, should we do that? But it was so good that they did that.
Yeah.
Do you think that was actually Ishamael?
I think so.
Or
I
did
think,
Lanfear?
Yeah, I think
yeah,
so.
I think
Did
so.
Lanfear set it up?
I mean, yes, that is definitely true. Definitely possible that that Lanfear
He knows him well enough.
Yeah, exactly.
She could have
But I just feel
Yeah.
like I personally want to feel that
she said Ishi to his face.
to his face and said bye. Like
See, I
it
don't
was-
think she would. I don't think she would be comfortable enough to say Ishi to his actual face. So I think that was a fake Ishamael
Oh, that's
that she's being mean to, which she
Yeah.
wouldn't be in real life.
yeah.
I'm not sure it matters that much.
Matters to me,
Because
Simone.
I think he probably would have done it as a favor if she says, "Look, I'm trying to screw around with Rand's mind. Come and do me this favor." And any opportunity for him to screw with Rand's mind is going to be fine. So I think whether it was a fake issue or not, I feel like he'd be on board even if it was a fake issue.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yes, exactly.
Sure.
But Sulan, do you think that are they getting that nuance between the Forsaken, the playfulness of Lanfear, within the world of dreams, the mastery,
Yeah.
we saw so much of that. I can't even believe when things happen within this episode, but there were enough dreams in there where you were like, wow, they're using this a lot, and clearly the Ishi dreams have a certain cadence to them, and then the Lanfear ones have another. Yeah.
It's actually, now you've said that, I've started wondering because in a lot of the issue dreams, there's always these little glitches.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I think the first time I saw it, I was like, this is really janky editing. But now I'm like, is it because he's not as good in Tel'aran'rhiod as Lanfear?
Possible.
I mean, he said he's had lots of time to practice, but we know
Right.
she's the master, right? So
Yeah,
I wonder if hers are smoother because she is, and that's what they're showing to us with that.
Yeah. So but I think there might be a showing the viewer that this is Tel'aran'rhiod. I think for most people they might not realize what's going on, and then they're like, oh, they pick up after a little while that this is how Ishamel's getting everywhere. They'd be like, how's he with Min again? That it's yeah. But so I think the way we should do this is something.
I think we should figure out what scene Sarah was talking about, and then we should talk about that.
I think Innkeeper Hatch was going to put a poll up or ask on Twitter. I think we'll probably get that, but I think the way we should do it is that we should talk about something that something like this, which is made us feel good, and then talk about the other stuff, and then kind of sandwich all of that. So because one of the other things that again absolutely made me happy was the Rand and Matt, but we'll get to that. So that is some of the best stuff. So I think we saw Lanfear. So the Lanfear Liandrin, what did you think of that in terms of Lanfear scheming, Brian, to hey, this is why you turn to the dark, but you turn to the dark and not Ishamael. And there are other ways to walk, path through the night. Let me look at that.
You replay that scene.
Yeah, but what did you think of the fact that is there now a Liandrin, like Liandrin? What is her goal now? Why is she doing this?
Well, it was a very risky move by Lanfear to do this, because the whole reason, like, we are led to believe that the entire reason that Liandrin turned to the shadow, to the dark, is because to protect her son or to save her son or to keep him alive or something to do with Eludrin, right? But he when Lanfear comes in and she kills him, there is that was risky. Like, it could have backfired with Liandrin being like, well, screw you, I'm done, I don't want to do this anymore. Even Lanfear does say, like, you swore the oaths, you can't take them back. Well, she broke the 3 oaths, so you can take some oaths back. Like, we know that's the thing. So it feels like a very risky maneuver, but it also looks like it paid off. We know that it paid off. And so the question now is, I guess, what you just asked me, which is, what is Liandrin's new motivation? And she sort of hinted at that in the previous episode with Nynaeve and the Ways. And she said sometimes it's someone you love, and when that someone you love is gone, you have to find something else to hang on to.
Right.
It's a curse that we have as Aes Sedai. So Liandrin's new thing might be revenge against Lanfear. It might be revenge against those Aes Sedai sisters who treated her like crap for so long. It could be any number of things. But her son is no longer her motivation. And I think that is, we talked about this in BARSIDE chat, the point of no return for Liandrin. She can no longer go back to being Mother Liandrin, right? She's not Mommy Liandrin anymore. She is
He is to some people.
Well, can be.
Anyways, we have a lot of people.
We're not going to go there.
Like,
but
Lumen...
she is not Mother Liandrin anymore. She is purely Aes Sedai Liandrin, Black Ozran Liandrin. There's no more protectiveness about her. That part has been burned out of her character now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this character. Like, what happens if she and Nynaeve run into each other again? Like, what will there be any nuance there? I think that's a really interesting question to ask about Liandrin.
Yeah. So do you think this, not potentially redemption, but some sort of, arc where Liandrin is now, this was too far for her, and that there might be something that she does to actually, helps, she did help Nynaeve, right? A little bit. So now that one big thing that brought her to the dark is gone, do you think we might see, somewhat of a redemption arc? Is that possible? Let me actually ask, end this poll here.
Like,
75% of people are not okay. They pour the water.
Pour the water.
And a lot of people joining us. We're not okay, but we're handling it well. We're talking about good things and bad things and sandwiching. So let me poll people that question that I just asked you, Sul'dam.
Yeah.
You want to establish spoiler levels again?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So for the next 20 minutes or so, we're continuing to be spoiler free. We'll just talk about end of episode 6. We haven't seen the preview for episode 7 or anything like that. And then we're going to put a thing on. We'll become full book spoilers. So right now we are staying away from any kind of book spoilers that we haven't seen. So, is there a redemption arc possible for Liandrin? That's what I'm asking. So, Sul'dam, what do you think? Is that possible?
I think it's interesting because I think potentially they'll use it to explore how the oaths to the dark work, potentially. I think potentially you might see Liandrin, regret some of her decisions. She's clearly anti-Sean Chan. But I don't know, I kind of feel like she's gonna, like, her new motivation is girl power, right?
Yeah.
I feel like she's more likely to be Team Lanfear than not. But I really like the idea of them potentially showing like her trying to renege on her deal with the devil
Yeah.
and not being able to.
Right. So I mean, Lanfear says, right? You swore your oaths to the dark, not to Shamael, and you cannot forsake them, or you can't
Yeah.
let
The
go
sake,
of them.
nice.
Yeah. You can't do that. So I almost think like what do we see Liandrin? Is she just going to now become she has been a pawn, but where does her agency go that she's somewhat had throughout this? And it'll be interesting to see, because we've seen a lot of her motivations kind of come out, and now it's like, okay, where does she go from here? I'd love to continue to see her. She's still scheming right at the end there with Swan, right? So we see her.
Yeah.
She's
I feel
not,
like that's a hint.
Yeah, exactly. It was so that's the other.
We've seen her go after Lyanna in earlier episodes, and we've seen her doing the tower politicking. So, and now with her, in that one of the last scenes there with Swan, I feel like that's probably where her storyline's going.
Yeah.
Causing chaos with the Aes Sedai.
Right. So as we're talking about Lanfear and where was this? Let's see. Oh man, there's so much stuff here. I can't even find.
Was there no Perrin in that episode?
Oh.
There was no Perrin in the episode.
Because I was like, where was Avienda? And then I realized she's with Perrin. Oh, there's no Perrin.
There's no Perrin. That is, yes. You are correct. All right, I think this is the scene here.
Then all of our sisters are in a group.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit of this.
Sorry I left you so long.
First one's free. Try it again and I'll flay you alive and feed you to your boy.
How did you?
I visited your dreams. Mostly for my own entertainment. You have interesting fixations.
Lady Lanfear. Shamael said he'd freed you, but
Tell me, why do you work for him? For Shamael? You hate men. With one exception, it seems. Oh. What's his name?
Eludran.
Men hurt us, betray us, and still we love them. You swore your oaths to keep him alive, but this is not life.
All right, I think I don't want to actually see what comes next. But there's a I like this by Innkeeper Hatch. There's my Lanfear. She's coming into her own more and more. I actually like when she has like the longer hair and wearing this dark dress versus Dreamworld Lanfear.
See, I disagree. I really like the short hair.
No, it's not the short hair. It's just the way she's. It's like when she's in Tel'aran'rhiod, she is like extremely like powerful and has no. I don't know. It just feels like it's too scary for me compared to this Lanfear. It's a little bit less scary. I think that's how I would put it. But I think. The writing there where she's like men have power over us, it's just so good. It's like trying to give meaning to pretty much everything.
Did you notice a little bit later in that scene where she implies that Liandrin was like married before she'd gone through menstruation?
Yes.
Like that was like sick.
There was a lot here where it was just so much happened in that scene where I was like, can we like not cut to her? Like, I don't know what she was doing, but she was literally like taking the soul out of his body.
Well, it's the air.
Yeah. But it's just there were so many choices of how they were showing things in this episode, which they're good choices, but they're very difficult in terms of just kind of just watching and sitting through. Yes, Danalu, yes. No wonder Liandrin hates men. I mean, I think it's a very, they've done so well to give a backstory and then explain it and then give further backstory. Yeah, I think people talking about her dress towards the end. What was that? What did we?
It was in a navy cloak, which was the same
okay.
cloak she wore in the ways.
So thank you, Harlden. Notice the color of Liandrin's dress at the end. Are we talking about the end where at the end where she's talking to Swan, or the end of the scene? Because at
the end of the scene, it's not that her dress changes. She has a black cloak on top of her red dress.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And so at the end of the scene, you just see her like her shoulders, and it looks like a black outfit.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure that was intentional.
Yeah.
But it's I think that might be what this person's talking about.
Matt's like more Lanfear, but like we've already done all of Lanfear. Like those were the two Lanfear scenes, the Rand and Lanfear at the start. We could probably talk about it later, but I think we got Lanfear out of the way, right? Because she did her scheming. She told Rand, hey, no, I don't know what Lanfear's playing at, but it's I want to know. She's like, no, stay away from Moraine, and she's clearly playing a game that is not what the Shamil is playing. So I'm gonna end this poll here, and probably another, I would say, 5 minutes of no spoilers, and then we could jump into spoilers. And I have another guest joining me too, so let me see. I'll get them on, but this is a live call-in talk show, so if you want and have feelings about this episode that you want to share, or have questions or things that you noticed, call and let us know. It's 313-TALK-WOD, 313-825-5968. So this poll, will she have a redemption arc? About 75% people are saying no, which I agree, but I think it would be interesting to see, how do you continue to make Liandrin interesting, because now it's becoming less and less her own agency and more pawn of the Forsaken, it seems like. All right, so I know it's fairly late for you, so before we let you go in a little bit, what was one, where should we go next? What was one part that you wanted to talk about?
Can we talk about Nynaeve and Elayne?
Yeah.
The like, I'm not, what was it? Like, stop pacing. I'm not pacing. I'm investigating, which was just perfect. It was such a Nynaeve thing to say.
Classic Nynaeve thing. Yeah.
It was like, we could hear you bickering outside. It was, it was like so good. And I think the other, like we started with that, and the last thing we see of them is them holding hands.
Yes.
And so it's like, well, we're together, and there's all these parts where Nynaeve is like, oh, like I've maybe misunderstood or made assumptions about this person, and I think that one other part was like, she's like, but you're the daughter heir, you need to like get out of here. It's like, oh, now you want to like
Classic Nynaeve.
It was so good in terms of the dynamic of how I would imagine them talking. So is there a particular scene that you want me to find here?
Maybe that one at the start.
At the start, okay. So when they're kind of just
bickering.
They're bickering, and yes, I think this is.
It's just such a nice way. Like, it's probably one of the first times we've seen them properly interact, apart from sort of the arguing bit in the last episode. But to see them sort of trying to find their way around each other, and like Kira is killing it as Elayne. She still comes across so like regal but reasonable and calm, and like when Nynaeve asks her like, why do you want to why are you going to rescue Egwene? You barely know her. And she's like, she's my friend. Like, I've never had a friend before. And you just like, your heart just goes out
I
to
know.
her.
I was just like, oh.
I'll be your friend.
I was like, I liked Elayne, for the most part when I read the books, but I would lose interest. I think I would want to watch Elayne, like an Elayne episode. Like, I'd be totally fine with watching an Elayne episode because they've gotten a perfect person playing her. So let's see this scene that you mentioned.
Please stop pacing. They'll hear us.
I'm not pacing. I'm investigating. Since we've been locked in an attic by someone we don't know.
By Rima Sedai, who is protecting us.
You really think we should be trusting Aes Sedai right now?
I am not the one who got us into this situation. I barely shared a word with Liandrin Sedai. You are the one.
I know perfectly well what I did, Princess. Which is why I'm going to make bloody well sure that Aes Sedai and Warder aren't trying to...
I can hear you two bickering from the fruit market.
It's all right, Basan. They've gone for now.
It's so good. I'm gonna forward to another part here that I thought was really well done. But just the fact that she calls her princess. It's there's like small things that you don't focus on, but you get the feeling that they've. I mean, Raimi Park, right? I really shout out to amazing writing and some of the cinematography. How they shot these scenes was just so good. Brian, do you think them kind of working on the a'dam and trying to open it and all that, what do you think in terms of like going forward? Like Nynaeve and Elayne, how do you think they're gonna be able to get to the next step here, where they're like, well, we can't leave, we have to get Egwene out?
Well, I think we know that Elayne is very curious and very like tinkery. She likes to tinker.
Yes.
So she's going to look at this as a puzzle that needs to be solved. And Nynaeve kind of came out and said it at the end. She's like, it's not that it's a puzzle that needs to be solved. It's a Tel'aran'rhiod that needs to be healed. It needs to feel whole. And so that's obviously the key to whatever this is. You figure out how to trick it into thinking that it's connected to a person or a channeler. But I think story-wise, this is going to be Rima kind of taught Nynaeve something that nobody else had been able to teach her, which is how to channel when she wants to. And so she's still got this block and she still can't control it. But my guess is that the two of them are going to pair up, Elayne and Nynaeve are going to pair up, and they're going to figure out a way to do this. And Nynaeve's victory here is not unlocking the a'dam. That's what Elaine's going to figure out. But Nynaeve's victory is going to be having like a little bit more control over when she channels, even if it's not how much she channels. So I think that was potentially like some foreshadowing into her block that being overcome at a later date.
Yeah, no, I think that the connection that was finally made, where I think Nynaeve's like, Rima calls her, her name and then calls her sister, and Nynaeve actually feels that. So there's this, continued kind of, Nynaeve feeling not close with the Aes Sedai, and she finally maybe met someone who she respects. She she gave her life up, and Nynaeve would never think Moraine would do that for to and accepted in a novice, right? So I think that the way, I mean, Rima is like the hero, right? Like this is like the acting, the portrayal, how they actually showed that. That was awesome. So yeah, but there's one part here where I thought they did it really well in terms of showing the gravity of this, and I'll show you with it later on in this scene.
How is she a part of this?
She's a dark friend. She's the one who brought us here and turned us over to those Shon-Chen.
She broke the 3 oaths.
Every single one.
whatever that means. Black Aja. It cannot be.
Like, I wanted this. They kind of had it a little bit in with Yasuka and Varen, but this is the sort of, like the music in the background, the fact that her warder felt what she was feeling, so moved in close. The fact that this is, clearly Black Aja, how big of a deal that is. I like that they focused on that, because we know, from the last episode, Leandrin's clearly not a good person. She's done things that you would not expect an Aes Sedai to do, but they took time to actually establish it really well, that we have someone who's a dark friend, is from the Black Aja, and I think for most viewers now, it would be like, wait, that can happen. So it could be anyone. And on that note, I think we should go to full book spoilers, I think. So again, anything we're spoiling after maybe the Dragon Reborn, big secrets that that really shouldn't be spoiled without warning, do preempt that. But I'll put this on here, so it says full book spoilers. The call lines are open. Call, let us know what you think, and let me also reach out to our next guest and see if they can join us here. But all right, Sul'dam, I know you have a little bit of time left, so now that we have the full book spoilers, what was what is the one thing from that perspective that that you wanted to kind of move on to? Because I think from a narrative standpoint, Elayne, Nynaeve, we know what's going to happen next, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see them tinker with the sul'dam more, try to rescue Egwene. Do you think they're going to get help? Because Loyal, and we saw Loyal, and we saw Tree singing, and they were talking about that, and so there's other people there who are going to maybe help. Not, again, remind me from the books, I think it was Matt. Who else was also trying to free
Five
Egwene?
will ride forth.
Yes, exactly. Well, there you go. Well, I'm like, how could I forget that? But yes, that. But
so Loyal, Ingtar, Matt, Urin.
Okay.
In the book,
and
then is it Rand?
Yes, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure chat will start.
Correct me.
we'll start putting that in. But what do you think? How they're going to get Loyal and Elayne and Nynaeve to kind of get that together? Because that scene with Loyal and Suroth, you could probably say that was a scene that was not out of place, but was interesting. But it was just showing us Tree singing, and what Loyal can do was just amazing.
Yeah, it was them I don't know, it's just them abusing Loyal and abusing this wonderful thing that is so deep and meaningful to the Ogier, and using it for their own entertainment. There was something very unsettling and sinister about that. And I hope I don't know, I hope Loyal gets revenge on Suroth in their grand escape when they eventually meet up, or some sort of bad thing happens to Suroth as a result of her being mean to Loyal, because we cannot forgive that.
Yes. Brian, what did you think of that? That particular scene with the Dakavale and showing off, oh, I got the Ogier Dakavale, and my tree is bigger than Turok's tree,
Yeah. To me, that it did feel like a different scene than everything else, but it did a bunch of things really well. One is it portrayed the Dakavole and the Shanchan nobility, the blood. You saw a bunch of people with long fingernails talking. Suroth is still the lead, and it was very much someone who is insecure about her power, because she gets jealous when everybody is listening to Loyal Tree singing, and they're like, ooh, and she goes, oh, no, we're done.
Yeah,
Everybody else
exactly.
goes, and it becomes this silly little like moment.
Right.
But it's telling something about Surath in a way that we haven't seen before, because she's so powerful and assured and arrogant when talking to Shamael in the previous episode. And then she gets kind of slapped down by Turok as well, but she seems defiant and whatever. But then in the privacy of her own chambers with the Dakavoli and with her friends, she's like really insecure. And so that's like a really interesting juxtaposition to put Surath in front of us. And so they didn't quite hint at where that's going yet, but it was an interesting scene to see. And then, of course, we found out as Ingtar and Loyal walk away that where the horn is stored somewhere. There's going to be a heist.
Yes.
That's going to be something that's coming. So that'll be really exciting.
The room of curiosities, right? So and you know when Ingtar said that, that kind of scene from the books like flashed in my head where you know, with Turok and Rand fight, right? And it's just I'm like, wow, that is just wonderful, kind of painting the picture for book readers. Yes, Mr. James Surath she is top.
Mean girl. There's also an interesting parallel or contrast between Loyal growing a tree and then Egwene and Rhaena destroying a tree.
Yes.
And you saw some growth and you saw some destruction, and maybe it was the growth that was disturbing Surath so much when she's so used to destruction.
Yes.
Maybe there's some interesting thematic elements there that are worth considering.
Yeah. Lucky Mandragoran wants us to look at the has anyone mentioned Swan getting a death weave ready at someone knocking at her door?
That was cool.
Air dagger ready to unleash that.
And it was stylish too. It wasn't just a death weave of daggers.
Well, it was like a school of fish, right? That's what I thought it was.
Right, okay.
It was like a school of fish.
All right, we have to go find that right now. But
school of fish. That's cool. I didn't catch the fish thing, but you're right. It looked like a school of fish, and they all turn at the same time, like a school of fish does.
Yeah.
That's a really brilliant choice, I think.
And I think the fact that they showed basically like she has the armor seat, she has that headdress, and now like it was almost like an extension of that, and it's just so like it looked part of her. And then it like turned as she turned. So let me I think this is it. Let me put that on the screen and see this.
Lan, leave us.
Oh, so good, so good.
I like the little.
What's happened? What is?
Yeah, she waves it
out
away.
Of the way.
It's so good. The part I missed showing was how they showed Moraine's seal, and then it changes to the Flame of Tarvalon and Swan. Yep. So it's brilliant cool. In terms of the transitions they've showed, and for some reason this was about halfway into the episode, and I was like, I don't think we would see Swan in this episode. I somehow was like, I think we'll
wrong,
and I was like halfway through, and I'm like, hey, we spoke about Swan a lot in the pre-show, and we're not gonna get her, and I was like, oh, okay, we are gonna get her, so that's perfect. So the fact that we got her and she's clearly all action. She's like, okay, I'm gonna get everyone together and I'm gonna go to Cairhien and make sure things are happening like they should. The cinematography of how they showed Moraine writing and the words appearing.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
brilliant.
my nitpick. I didn't like.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't like that.
Okay.
Oh.
No, this is the equivalent of in the Rings of Power when it goes Mordor.
No,
across the
that
thing. I
was
like,
that was a
nope.
poor choice.
Don't put text on my screen to translate it. Like they should have done a voiceover or something.
It worked for me. All right.
I didn't like the
this.
text
This
on
is
the
a
screen.
poll. This is a poll. Let me end this. Is season 2,
controversial.
episode 6 your favorite episode so far across both
It's
seasons?
the only thing I didn't like about this
Okay.
episode.
All right. Cool. So
it took me out of the moment.
okay. All right. So about 55% of people say yes. So I'm thinking about 40% of people still think episode 5 because we had a very very strong reaction last week for episode 5, and everyone was, it was like 80-90% in terms of, their favorites episode. But I think it's just because they're both amazing episodes, and a lot of people don't like this episode for reasons other than the how good it was. It's just the content was maybe. Let me ask our viewers here.
I think 5 was slightly faster paced.
Yes.
Because this is now building up to the next, to the end of season finale, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be slower because it needs to start pulling the characters together, getting them where they need to go. So it's but the fact that it was so good despite that is remarkable.
Ooh, we have someone maybe joining us? Soon joining us here. Did the writing on the screen when Moraine was writing? No. Did the words on the screen?
Characters together,
Yeah.
getting them where they need to go. So it's but the fact that it was so good despite that is remarkable.
Oh. Omar, you still have your
Camera's not on.
I'm hearing
Yeah.
us again.
Yeah.
Was right.
Let me fix that for a second. And so did the words on the screen when Moraine was writing, did the work for you? I think that would be the poll. It might be a dusty poll, but I think it worked for me. So was that your only nitpick, Brian? Now that we're talking
That's the
about
only
things.
nitpick I had. Look, they didn't do text on the screen for Perrin's letter
No, I know.
to Egwene and Nynaeve or to Matt. And to do it here is just, it's different. It's jarring. It's just not, it wasn't the right move in my opinion. And they could have done literally anything else and it would have been better than text on the screen. I'm watching a fantasy show and I'm seeing like words floating. No, come on. We can do something better. But that said, the letter was interesting. Omar's here. Hey, Omar.
Hey, Omar.
Omar, hey.
There you go.
Can you hear
What's up,
us? We can hear you well.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
we got you. So I was just saying, Omar, the letter is, I think the letter is really interesting. There's some, Moraine believes she's stilled. She can't write a lie. We assume she can't write a lie either. She assumes she's stilled. And she's writing to Swan, and that's like a really interesting development. And then she's really upset about this. She's doesn't want to talk to her family. When they interrupt her, she gets pissed off. Remember, Aes Sedai, your grief is your own. You're not supposed to be emotional. You're supposed to hold your emotions in. The fact that her emotions are slipping more and more as the season goes on, I think is significant. And this is a moment where we actually literally see tears streaming down her eyes at the end of that scene. So this letter sequence, I think, is very important and very interesting. I just didn't like the text on the screen. That's my only nitpick about the whole episode, really, was that one thing. Just didn't like it.
Well, if that's the only thing, I think that's a fairly small thing. I just liked how to the theorists, the linguists, the people who want to maybe have a key, a codex to now decrypt whatever the writing was, because we saw it in the last episode with Varen and we were like, wait, that's not Old Tongue, that's new tongue, and we don't know what the alphabets are. But now we know to some degree maybe what the words that she's writing and how they look in English. So I think that it serves a purpose more than how it looks, at least to the hardcore fan freaks that are out there. So we're talking about nitpicks.
It's the only nitpick I had. I mean, it's a small nitpick. It's the one thing that just didn't work for me. That's all I'm saying.
So we just asked our chat, was this your favorite episode across all episodes, both seasons? Omar, what do you think? Was this your favorite episode?
Oh man, you're gonna ask me that question to start? I don't. It's a tough one. I don't think it was. Let me put it. This was my favorite season. So it's just kind of. I'm stringing it all together. I'm really enjoying the fact that we're getting a string of really strong episodes. It's accelerating every week, and that's super exciting. There's that. You feel the electricity of saying we can't wait till the next one, and we've gotten this like 4 weeks in a row, and it's just a fantastic feeling. So honestly, I keep on changing my mind on which one is the best episode, but this one had some of my favorite moments, I would say, a lot of them.
Yeah, so. This is probably the first episode that I'm like, I need to watch again right away. It didn't happen last week for me for some reason, even though I personally think episode 5 is my favorite, only because episode 4 didn't land as well for me. So when I saw episode 5, I was like, yes, this is what I needed. This is like kind of the kind of rejuvenation that I needed. So I was riding that high, and episode 6, filled that really well and took it up a notch for sure, because there were people limbs being turned in a way that shouldn't be. There are joints being made where there are no joints, and things like that I know they were doing all this stuff with being dark. They warned us, but there's more.
By the way, that sul'dam, her role was sul'dam, all bones broken. So, and we always wondered, what is that going to be? Yeah, we found out.
All right, Sulin, I know it's getting late for you, and you need to hop off. What is your biggest takeaway from episode 6 in terms of, okay, the production is giving us all these amazing things, but what is the one kind of key takeaway tonight?
They are slaying us emotionally. That is my key to it. Was the moment for me was the comparison of Egwene, you're so special, and the juxtaposition of that with how she's been feeling so out of touch in the previous episodes with the Nynaeve is very special thing.
Yes.
And I was emotionally stabbed during that entire scene, and I felt like violence was being committed against me personally as an audience member. So well done Rami Park, because the writing on that was super.
Yeah, I think there's all these themes, and I think we'll see even better on rewatches throughout the season, that there are callbacks that are themes, and that was clearly one of them. It's like you were in what you thought the most special place for you, but you were picking up trash, right? And you weren't, and now you're in probably the worst place for you, and these people are telling you you're the most special person. So that juxtaposition of how
that was such a good,
it was so well done,
moment.
and I was like, wow, this is and what's her name, Zila Mendez Jones, right? Just how initially she was smiling, the fact that Rena as a character, you're like, oh, maybe she's not that bad, but as things progressed, it was clearly, I didn't expect all that kicking. So
no.
There are definitely emotions. They're not playing with our emotions. They're I don't know what they're doing. They're compulsion is what they're doing. Yeah. But yeah, Sul'dam, thank you so much.
Thank you for
we
having
do have
me.
we have a few callers waiting here. We'll bring them in, but thank you for being here, for reacting with us, and we're gonna continue doing this into the night here. You have a wonderful evening, and we'll catch up with you later. Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have
Okay,
fun.
Lynn.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I'm gonna bring in a few of our callers here who've been waiting for a little while, and see what they have to say. So let's bring our first caller onto the show. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hi, my name is Mason.
Hi, Mason. So we're talking about how our emotions, how they're kind of playing with our emotions, and how much we're feeling in the last few episodes. Is that kind of the key theme you've been feeling? Is that they're emotionally kind of putting it into a place where we're not going to be ready for the next two episodes?
Yeah, there were a couple times in this episode that I was like, wait, what's going on here? One of the first ones was you were talking about, Egwene and her sul'dam. That whole kicking scene, that one really struck because that's not something that was in the books. Like they do their damage through the link. So I did not expect the physical attack. So I thought that was very emotional there. And the second, the other emotional thing was with Rima and her warder. I did not expect that scene to be as good as it was. But you're right; they are definitely playing with our emotions this season.
Yeah, there are characters that I didn't think I would be feeling that much for, but there's no kind of respite. Like it's every scene I'm like, whoa, like there's clearly really good cinematography and writing and acting, and you feel that, you feel for the characters. And there might be characters that you didn't really think about when you were seeing the words on the book. Yeah, definitely, from an emotional standpoint, that is something I was prepared for to some degree, but they have taken it up to a notch that is just wonderful. And let me just add in. Oh, sorry. No, I was going to ask you what you called in. Do you have a comment, question? But yeah, what were you going to say?
So I was going to say another one that it was the scene with Siuan in her carriage when Lan came up. How when the scene started, I don't know, for some reason in my head I'm like, oh, we're going to get a death today. And then thankfully it didn't end that way, but there was a lot of emotion in that build up to that scene, especially we finally saw Siuan use the power to summon the knives that looked like fishes, as you were talking about earlier. But I thought that was an excellent scene that had a good buildup of emotion.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me ask you this. I'm going to end this poll. Did the words on the screen when Moiraine was writing work for you? Mason, how did you answer this poll?
So it didn't bother me because I'm a person, I like to watch my shows with subtitles. So honestly, the words on the screen don't bother me. So I was fine with it. I know I was listening to that some others weren't, but for me, it was good. I was fine with it.
You can name names. It's okay.
So Brian is like, well, if they had a narrator, you would have still had the subtitles.
If the wolves' mouths had moved with the words, I would have been fine with it.
That's good. But yeah, emotions for sure. But Mason, was there any particular scene, a particular character that you wanted to kind of bring up tonight, or do you have a question?
So I called with a question because this is my first time actually calling into the show. So I'm kind of excited that I got to, or am getting to ask a question.
Yeah.
I do want to preface this with, I do really love so far that season 2 is, exponentially better than season 1. The acting, the writing, everything is so good. But there's one thing that's bothering me. So I just want to get your all opinions on it, and that is the Matt and Min storyline.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of. It looks like, in my opinion, that Min must have sworn oaths to the dark to get Ashamael to be talking to her. So it looks like Min is a dark friend right now. So I'm just wondering, what is your all opinions on this, and how do you see that affecting the storyline, and where do you think this is going to go?
I want to hear Omar's thoughts on this.
Omar, why don't I show that a little bit of a clip, and then give you a little bit of time to think about that, and then talk about this. There's a part I want to show here that is probably. Again, I have too many favorite parts of this episode. So, all right.
I will meet you at the gate in an hour.
Matt, you don't have to come with me. I mean it.
Yes, I do. Who else is going to keep you from becoming an arrogant prick? Dragon. An hour.
That's
I
land
will
in
be
the show.
there. You got company?
Mini Min Min. So, do you think Mini Min Min is a dark friend, or what is? How is this deal with Ashamael working? Yeah.
I don't know how the deal works, but she's not a dark friend, because if she were, she's. You see, there's some deal making. You saw what Lanfear told Liandrin, that you swore oaths, you can't walk them back. Dark friends seem to get ordered around. You do this or else. Min sort of, I don't know if she has certain powers that they can't touch her the same way, and you see that she's resisting. She's not taking everything as an order. She is really dealing with it as a deal. You know, you do this for me, there's a quid pro quo, I walk away. I am not almost 100% sure that Min is not a dark friend. She's just in a really bad spot. Where she started when she ended up in Tarvalon, and the Reds grabbed her and put her on that path, and she's just a delivery vehicle for Cawthon to be taken somewhere, and she's doing what she needs to. And also, let's not forget what she actually ended up doing in that scene with Matt. She actually basically violated her parole, so she's going back to issue jail as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
I not a dark friend.
Yeah, no, I think the other part, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong here, she didn't know Ashamael was involved. She just had Liandrin as her handler until the dream in the last season, and then she's like, "Whoa, I did not sign up for this." And since then, she has been clearly. You know, she's drinking at 8 a.m. in the morning or whatever, right? So she's not in a good place, and then does the right thing to kind of help Matt out and tell him you don't.
So regardless of whether she's a dark friend or not, which I agree with you, Omar, she's not. She's just being blackmailed. The question I have for you guys would be, how do you feel about the division now between Min and Matt, where Matt found out that Min was doing shenanigans? He doesn't trust her anymore. How do you feel about that? Do you think they're still going to hang out, because Matt didn't leave Cairhien either? What do you think? What do you think about that dynamic, and what do you think is going to happen next?
So you mean like Matt and Rand? Like
Matt and Min.
Matt and Min. I think, again, this is Rand needs to escape now, right? Somehow. And because he's, basically, I think Matt and Min will team up and.
But at the end of that sequence that you just showed, Matt realized that Min betrayed him.
Right. No, but I think what's going to happen.
Back to her?
No, I think Matt is going to be like, I need to figure out how to free Rand, and Min is going to help him and make. Well, I mean, at least that would be a good way for Matt to be like, okay, she really is trying to help. That would be a good way of doing that. Mason, what do you think? Have we convinced you that this is just classic Forsaken manipulation and nothing else?
Yeah, I'm just hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping that Min is not a dark friend because she is one of my favorite book characters, and so is Matt. And I was just, I guess, disappointed in the storyline that we're getting for them two so far this season. Everyone else's storyline is fantastic. It just seems like Matt and Min were afterthoughts, in my opinion, so far for the writers. So I'm kind of just wondering how they're going to draw those threads back together.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly what is going to happen. Why did they get why did Ishii want them to come here? Like, what's the purpose of Matt and Rand being together? And what do they do now? Even now that they know this is all Ishamael is doing, so it'd be interesting to actually be like, okay, what does Matt want to do on his own? It's going to be interesting to see that. Thank you for calling. First time calling in. We love to hear people call in, hear thoughts, hang out and chat, call again, and we have at least a few more hours into the night that we're going to continue to discuss this. Thanks, Mason.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Bye.
So, yeah, Omar, what do you Lord Matt Cawthon, what's going to happen with Matt? Do you think there is that kind of? We've seen one clip in the trailer where he's like, hitting something on the ground with a staff, with a quarterstaff maybe, or a spear or something, and this one still of him standing with someone else at the front.
Yep.
Do you think those are all Cairhien and not Falme? Because we're still in Cairhien.
I honestly think we should all respect Matt's wishes and not try to project what's going to happen in the future. Min asked him in episode 1, and he said no. I think with Matt, we just put it to the side. We do not speculate. He doesn't want to know. We don't want to know, and we just watches things unfold. But honestly, I mean, something's got to get him out of Cairhien. Maybe now maybe he'll be prey to Ishii on his own, right, and trying to grab him. We do see the dagger. Who had the dagger last? Fane, right? So,
Fane had
and we know that.
Last. Yeah.
Yeah. So, because I think previously, I don't know how often we've covered this back before the season started, but some speculation. How do we get the dagger back in Matt's hand because of that teaser that we see?
Mm-hmm.
But Fane is working with Ishii. He gave him the horn to give to Turok, and probably now Ishii can be in Cairhien, Matt is in Cairhien. He can get the dagger there for some reason, and convince him to be on his way. The thing is, I don't know, like, how far is Falme from Cairhien? I don't know how everybody's going to get there on time.
Well, I mean, there's only been one way gate, right? So yeah.
But there's that one shot of Lan and Lan and Moraine and Rand. Maybe they're standing in front of a way gate and they're just about to go through it.
Right, exactly. So
in the wedding.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, they all need to. I think the next I'm gonna end this poll here. Who is Min a dark friend? A lot, very 90+% think no, and I agree. I think this is interesting. I thought what we got was pretty good. I mean, yes, I want a lot more, but like from a narrative standpoint, there's really not much more. I think the choices they made with that scene were pretty good. Where Rand's like, I left them, and the whole time Matt's like, no, that's what I did. Like, what are you talking about, dude? And it's like, it was a really good way of Matt being like, oh, like, like, I'm not that bad. Like, my best friend here did the same thing. Like, it's like, just recognizing that the thing you're beating yourself up about is maybe, is forgivable until the end of this of the episode where he like does the exact same thing and leaves Rand just standing there, which I don't know. I thought he would, maybe get over that. But Brian, did you like the choice they made there with him just standing in the shadows?
No, and no, because we've already seen that twice. This is the third time that's happened, right? We saw it in season one when everybody went into the waves and he just sat there and watched them leave. We saw him do that earlier in this season when he saw Egwene in the tower and he walked away. And now we see it again with Rand as Rand is leaving. And I think I just think that we get it.
Yeah.
And I want to see some change. I want to see Matt change into or start to change into the character that he's going to be. I want to see some growth in this character. And I just feel like this is potentially some missed opportunity, specifically with the character of Matt in this season so far. There's still 2 more episodes, and at least in this episode, he got a lot of screen time, which is fantastic. And if they keep this up, we will see some growth. But it's just this is the 3rd time we've seen Matt like stand there and watch someone else walk away, and I just I wanted to at least try to change, and then potentially try to change and not be able to, or something else. I don't know.
He did try to. I mean, you can make the case that he did try to change. I mean, you saw his enthusiasm. He was 100%. He's like, "No, I'm going, Rand. There's nothing you can do. I'm just gonna go break up with my best friend, my new best friend." Like that. That was his try, and I honestly think the payoff has to come. After.
But I think I would have. I agree with you, but I think I would have just had him not hiding in the shadows. I think I would have had him just not leave the room with men.
Yeah.
And then just have Rand be there waiting and realize that he's not coming. But having him sit there and watch was just the same thing we've seen before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from a choice of showing a character there, and like also, I think there was a purpose there. And then see, we have Jess.
Hey, Jess is here.
Yes, how are you?
Oh, Jess.
Hello, everyone.
We welcome to. You've had like an hour or so to kind of collect your thoughts, to ease all the emotions, because what we're doing is we're going from the really heavy stuff to some of the lighter stuff, and then to the heavy stuff. Actually, we've just doing the lighter stuff. We haven't gone back to the heavy stuff at all.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
We're talking about how the choice of Matt again standing in the shadows and leaving his friend, whether that was a good choice. And I think the reason, Brian, to that point, that they showed it like that probably is that he needs to know what's going on with Rand. So he had to be there so he can help him now. So I think that, again, my kind of, thought would be he needs to somehow break him out now. And similar to maybe the, we're not getting Tyr, right? At least the Tyr sequence that we had. But maybe Matt's going to break in and, get Rand free somehow. And that's what we're going to see. And that's where we're going to see his luck change, maybe. But we'll figure out.
But you don't want to. I mean, like, if you're gonna betray Rand again, even if it was for a good reason, you don't want to do a long distance betrayal. It has to be right there, just like he did at the gate. Right, that's his trademark. He was there, watched him leave. Same thing, just to repeat. Again, it's the same mistake over and over and over again that Matt needs to break out of, and he'll get his chance, I think, before the season's over.
Yeah.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because when I tuned in to the live stream, I heard Brian talking about how he didn't like that choice, which is obviously completely valid, but I feel like they're probably going somewhere with it. We're seeing Matt's MO is to, when he isn't sure about what to do, he just bails. And we're going to see him grow up, and in a critical moment when we're expecting him to turn around and walk away, he's not going to do it, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, like blowing a horn or something. Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, he's probably for most viewers the most underestimated of the 5, right? It's like, what is this person all about? We know Perrin's got all his wolf powers. He's defeating the White Cloaks. Rand is doing his thing. Egwene's just being the best of them all, and Nynaeve's done all the arches and everything, and it's like, what has Matt done? And we need to somehow get to that point where they're showing, well, he hasn't really done too much, but there is something coming in his future.
Yeah, I saw in the chat, Ian said that it's leading up to the horn blow, and I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think
that
it's
that's going to be his big moment that we're finally going to get. I'm so excited.
It's funny you bring that up because I remember at the end of season 1, we're in between season 1 and 2, not that long ago, we were talking about who's going to blow the horn, because Perrin is the one on the hunt for the horn, or was on the hunt for the horn, and Matt was somewhere in Tel'aran'rhiod doing something else. And somehow, magically, they brought Matt back into the story. That's basically going to be in the perfect position to still be the hornblower.
Taviran, baby.
I was literally shouting that out when it's like, what in light are you doing in Cairhien? He's like, what in light are you doing? It's like, Taviran, you guys are Taviran. This is what's happening.
They're all gonna get there.
Yeah.
And then shit's gonna go off, and we're all gonna just be screaming. It's gonna be the scream heard around the world. Wheel of Time fans just
So I'm gonna remind everyone that we've all watched episode 6. We're not talking about the episode 7 preview or anything like that. That's maybe at the end of the episode or anything like that. It's full book spoilers, but for the show, it's till the end of episode 6, and also not the small teaser at the end of episode 1. Those are the two things we're not.
I didn't even watch them.
Yeah, good. Yeah, no.
I'm going into this shit completely unspoiled.
Yes. Omar watched it, but the rest of it didn't.
I watch everything 7 times.
I know. You watch everything, Omar. Not surprised at all.
All right. Okay. We have we have a couple callers waiting. Let me. I saw this one comment here. Let me. I think I can find it. And this Benchit is like, hot, stoic, emotionless Rena. I hate myself for how I feel about her. Let's show our viewers that scene here.
See, feels better when we are complete, doesn't it? Look to the tree, Egwene. I know it brings you comfort. Reach out to it. Search for its roots. Through the roots, into the flesh of the tree. Feel the sap running through its branches. Let it grow warmer and warmer in your mind. Make it so hot it begins to steam. Now turn that steam into fire. To feel. This is the power we are meant to wield, Egwene.
Yeah.
Did you feel it?
So
our affinity.
So good.
That was so good. But go, Brian. Yeah, no. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, it's just such a brilliantly done scene for any number of reasons, including the juxtaposition of Loyal's tree singing earlier. But Rena genuinely seems to think she has a connection with Egwene there.
Yeah.
And she's so happy about all of this. And then when she looks at Egwene at the end and Egwene's like super pissed off, Rena then immediately she gets pissed off. She's like, I thought we had a connection, man. And then she starts kicking. That was to me so brilliant. And it's one of the things that I think we need to remember is that the Seanchan see Damane as pets. The fact that Rena is being so nice to Egwene sometimes is because she's the way I see my dog, right? Oh, you're so cute and cuddly, and we give her scritches and be a nice, treat her nicely. And then the fact that when she can't do that, she turns into this mean task mistress type thing. I And that juxtaposition of those two roles by the same character is really powerful and interesting. But I think that scene in particular really highlighted that dynamic. I thought it was brilliant. And I'm going to stop talking now because Jess was like about to say something right when I started talking. So Jess,
before you hold on a little bit longer. This was streaming to Facebook as well, but I turned that off. If you were watching on Facebook, well,
they can't hear you now.
I know.
Turned it off.
Yeah, I don't because we were showing the thing, the scenes. Facebook doesn't like that as much as other places. So I was like, I should probably do it now and not later. So that's why I did it. But Jess, okay.
What I was thinking that whole time was how terrifyingly effectively they are showing the way you break a person.
Yes.
She's done it before. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely fucking freaking terrifying. I didn't mean to do a swear. I'm sorry.
That was the one for the show.
I'm sorry.
We are still PG-13 at this stage.
We have a quota up there. It's like, it's 0 now, so.
Use the one that
it's on the screen right there.
It's like, honestly, it's just like within 5 minutes of me getting on the show, I freaking busted. So I'm really sorry about myself. But yeah, just the entire sequence of scenes that we had with her working with Egwene is just such a perfect illustration of the way that you break somebody, just break their spirit. And when she put her hand on that jug, I knew what was going to happen, but I was just like, oh my God, oh no. And the look on her face when she did it.
Yeah.
Because she knew Rena won.
Yeah.
And she hates herself.
Yeah.
I think there's anything she could have done about it.
Right.
But
the fact, I don't know how much time they did show passage of time, but we don't really know how long it was. But clearly it was longer than Mygon, who was a blue sitter, right? And I'm gonna play that in a second, and we can look at that and look at it in detail. But I thought that the way on point that it took so much to break, and she's done this before, but she did have to resort to kicking her and actually take out her anger, which she probably didn't have to for other people, and it shows how strong Egwene was to the point.
Well, I think that shows how. I think it was less about Egwene and more about Rena. Rena was my strategy. I know what I'm doing. I'm an excellent sul'dam. I can break anyone, and this girl is not breaking, and I'm frustrated.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't know what else to do. I'm just gonna kick her.
Yeah.
I think it was absolutely an expression of her anger and frustration, not necessarily at Egwene, but maybe at her own sense of failure, that everything she's ever tried before that's worked isn't working, and she just doesn't know what to do.
It's Rena feeling failure, not Egwene
and not
being
handling it well, because someone needs to go to therapy.
Right.
I'm glad we're talking about this, and looking at it in a better way than how I was feeling it in the moment, because there was a journey. If someone really shouldn't do this, but I'm giving them an idea. If someone just takes the Rena and Egwene scenes and puts them together from start to finish, the journey that both of them go through, not just Egwene, is masterful in terms of TV and writing and the portrayal of both the actors. Two people put two people in a room, and they can act.
I spent the first half of the season convincing myself that they have to have Egwene collared for more than one episode, because you just need to feel that the stakes are so high. You can't just have her be freed within an episode. That would just be too much. And I think I changed my mind. I think they convinced me that she's suffered enough.
Yes.
I don't know. What do you guys think, Jess? Omar, what do you think?
I have a soft spot for Egwene, because in the books, a lot of the stuff that we saw on screen, and kudos to the writers on this, because Egwene does get a lot of hate, and I hate that so much because Egwene is one of the strongest people in the books, and I'm glad that they took that from behind the curtain and put it in front of everybody to see, because we do see and feel Rand's journey in the box, but we never got to witness the same with Egwene on screen. And honestly, finally getting to see it with Egwene, dealing with, honestly, like just totally agree with you. It's Rena is like a psycho, like those BAU, the Criminal Minds episodes,
Yes.
where you always see for the first like 40 minutes, you see the serial killer who kidnaps somebody, and like you see their routine. This was Rena's routine. She knows, like, she's like psycho, like done this before, but always works, right? And then you get the one who's too strong that you can't really break as easy, and you lose it. So yeah, I just kind of, I honestly expect we were going to see some of this, but this was beyond anything I expected, how well this was done. I think the jumps, the juxtaposition against the scenes with Rima, the emotion, when I saw the first scene when we saw Egwene, when she vomits, right? I was like, holy beans. I'm going to use beans instead of bad words, by the way, for this episode.
That's a great.
That's
a great.
Yeah. So it was just,
it's a callback.
Yeah.
Too.
Still a good idea.
Like everything they did with that was just kind of so artfully crafted. Like, and again, hate to describe pain that way, but Egwene, just hate that this is what it takes for people to appreciate how strong and amazing Egwene is, and how this frames her journey going forward. But this is who Egwene is, right? Just love that.
She has had a spine of steel from the get-go, and I love that they are carrying that through into the show. And if in the show we do get the scene where Elaida finally loses her shit and starts beating her, if we get that, like, that's gonna be freaking cake compared to that. And then all the bull crap she goes through the waist.
Yeah.
Like, she's just be like, really? Is this all you've got? Because, come on.
I mean, the Gathering
Like,
Storm.
literally, come on.
Bro.
it's like going from like to Little League after, I don't know why I'm using like a sports thing that I don't even know, but like it's,
we're all super into sports here.
But I'm gonna bring our a couple callers waiting. Bring one of them in a little bit, but I want to get your thoughts. Now that we are talking about this, and I hope I'm gonna play this so we don't see a lot of the things that we don't want to see. But what did you think of the way they portrayed this final scene of the episode?
You lasted longer than I did, child. And I was a sitter of the blue azure.
I mean, the foretelling there, right? You were just a sitter, and who we're seeing right now is going to be much more than that. So, and was that El Nito in the background? Was that the music? I wanted to hear it.
That's the Egwene song.
That's the Egwene song. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to hear maybe a little bit of El Nito there. That would have been a good touch But yeah, Jess, I cut you off there.
Oh, that's okay. I think that they did two things with that. They did the foreshadowing of where Egwene is ostensibly going to end up, and then they also Maddie has the most expressive face. You saw in just those last few seconds so many things crossing her face.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the change. She heard that she outlasted a sitter, and she's like, oh.
I mean, she maybe lost her, maybe her will, but she didn't.
She got it back.
Yeah,
that moment.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
she got it back.
Yep, exactly.
Because she's like, okay, I outlasted a sitter.
Yeah.
And I am just a novice, and you want to know what? I will not let this get me.
Yeah.
And you could see it on her face. In my reaction video, I spent a little bit of time yelling about how great all of the actors are in this show.
Yes.
Maddie's performance in this episode is just an absolute tour de force. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Where's
I can't
her
imagine
Emmy?
how
Maddie for an
difficult it
Emmy.
must have. What's that?
Maddie for an Emmy.
Yeah,
She needs an Emmy
seriously.
for this.
Like, I mean, I was all in on Leandrin, but now I am not sure.
And it's just
like
all of them are growing into not just the role, but like they're growing into the acting out the scenes better and better. So it's just really, really well done. Loyal fan, thank you for the super chat. Rafe said multiple times in interview chat his favorite pairing this season was Egwene and Rhaena, and now I know why. Yes, exactly. I mean, so well done, and the dynamic there was yes, this was a battle. You may have beaten me, but I'm still gonna fight. That does not mean this just makes it probably even makes me realize that I can do it better. That's what Egwene is thinking probably. All right, let's.
Brian, I just saw your comment in the chat about her sitting. Go to jail, sir.
All right, let's bring our caller. They've been waiting a little while and see what they have to say. All right. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hey, this is Sean the Glee Man.
Hey, Sean.
Ooh, another Glee Man.
Thanks for calling in. So,
yes,
hey,
Glee Man.
The Gleemans unite. So is episode 6 your favorite episode of the Wheel of Time?
I am going back and forth between it and episode 5. They were just both so good.
I think that's such a good problem to have, right? It's like, oh, they're all so good, but like, again, the hype episode 5 built for me, I was trying to temper it to the point where I was like, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be good, but no, this was at least the same for me. I would probably not say it's my most favorite, probably. But I have to see. This is the one that I want to see again right away. That I didn't get the same feeling with that. But Sean, what did you call in for? Was there a specific what spoke to you in this episode?
A couple things. One, how many times are they going to foreshadow Matt's eye in this season?
I thought I saw that, and I thought maybe. Was that actually? Yeah. Okay. I'm glad.
I noticed the same thing. I'm like, wait, did he poke his eye out?
And it's like not a maybe important thing. While I had you there, I ended the poll. I asked, was that an avocado tree? And this is, just because I don't know how many people have been listening to the Egwene soundtrack, and the first time I heard it, I was actually with Omar, and Omar was like, they're saying avocado, right? Like, and it's like never left my mind. If you say, sorry if you've been listening to it and never heard it, now you'll hear the avocado. And the fact that the tree was there, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Was like the song started playing. So about 70% of people don't think that's what it is. So maybe that's the connection you didn't have, and that's the connection I felt. So Sean,
I apologize.
No, I think I'm thanking you here, Omar. Sean, yeah. What kind of what did you want to ask us or comment?
Well, Raima's fighting style was what I was going to talk about. The fact that she fought like a healer would, somebody who knew how the human body worked and used that against the sul'dam, was incredible.
Oh
Yeah,
wow!
the healer broke
I didn't
bones.
even. I didn't.
That is an excellent point. I didn't clock that when I watched it the first time. I was mostly just like, oh my God, she's crushing those people like a tin can. What the heck? Yeah. So, no, you nailed it.
Yeah, that is.
You just took, okay, how do I fix this? Now let's do that backward.
That is such a great. I was like, I was looking for that, and I was like, maybe I should show that, and I was like, probably not. I don't want to see that again.
There's also the use of body between Rhaima and Basan, her warder. They did that thing where they looked at each other as they spun around, and then they went to fight, and that was like a really cool moment. But it also shows how aware they are of their bodies with each other, right? And that's definitely something a healer would do. Would be, to your point, the they know bodies, right? They know how it works and how to
Yeah.
use it and how to move around, and that is just such a great sequence. And it's my opinion that that's the sequence that Sarah was talking about. That's
Oh,
her
okay.
favorite sequence in the show.
Okay,
Is
all
the
right.
Rima, Basan,
I think
Egwene,
okay.
Rana sequence.
I think this is the poll. What sequence was Sarah and referring to? So we did this at the start of before we saw it, and once Random Swan didn't happen. We put Steve in there, so that didn't happen. And a couple
Or did
of
it not?
so one is Rima, Basan dance fight. Jess, what do you think Sarah was referring to as far as her favorite scene across? I don't know if you saw that tweet she put out there.
I did.
Yeah,
I did. I mean, I feel like it's a toss-up between that. I'm leaning a little bit harder toward the whole Egwene situation, personally.
Okay.
But
she did...
I also have not been tuned into that conversation at all, so I'm basing that on basically nothing.
I mean, she did say... I don't know, at least I thought of that when she said it's her favorite, then she's like, it's not the person you would think of.
Okay,
right away.
Then yeah, it's probably that one.
Yeah.
And you want to know what? Honestly, that might be, as tragic as the whole thing was, that might be like top 3 favorite scenes in that episode, because it was just superbly done.
Yes.
You know, and like, you know, Brian, you're absolutely right about sort of like the awareness of the body, and like that's what she does. But then it's also like another beautiful illustration of the connection between an Aes Sedai and their warder. And I love that they keep like hitting that bell, because I think it's just so important for people to remember. Like, but they're not like really obvious about it. They're not like, you know, beating you over the head.
They did it earlier with Olenna and her warders surrounding Lan,
right?
And like this almost unspoken conversation.
Yeah, I mean, her begging Basan to kill her. Yeah, that part too. Yeah.
Can I add something in there too? I mean, there are a million things to unpack about Rima and Basan and that whole scene. That like I really think that's the scene that I'm gonna just steal some ideas from our What Series team when we're talking about this. You know, like with the Lane and Arian and Sarah and myself. I mean, one thing that came up: what if her and Basan were married, right? Rima is the reason probably that Nynaeve ends up really picking the yellow.
Yes.
If you talk about servants of all, we've seen Aes Sedai protect. Rima and Basan walked into that knowing they're either going to get killed or captured. They've talked about him killing her if it gets down to it. So when they left those two girls up there and they went down, these are servants of all. These are the people that will sacrifice all for the good of the White Tower, for the girls to get back and tell Tel'aran'rhiod about Liandrin and everything else. So I just think like that scene, on the surface, the first watch was amazing, but the more and more you keep on thinking what they did and how they did it and why they did it, it's really something. Like there is so much sacrifice and beauty, and yes, it is a dance to the death that they were seeing. Just all of it was just fantastic. I think that is probably one of my favorite scenes in the entire series.
Yeah,
like that.
I think.
Yeah,
I totally
really
agree,
good.
Sean. I mean, you brought it up that noticing the small nuances that were there that went into the writing and the choice of how she fought. I put that poll out there. Is that what you're going for too, with that kind of Rima and Basan kind of ending there?
Yeah, that was
that
whole scene just crushed it.
Yeah, was there
literally?
Yes. Was there any other question or comment that you had for us?
I'm just glad the fact that they brought her onto the screen, because it was just such a small moment in the books. Like, yeah, it hurt, but actually watching it happen in front of us just made it so much worse.
How dare they make us feel our human emotions? That's not. I object strenuously.
I watch TV for fun. Thank you very much.
Amy has an interesting. Why didn't she just burn herself out? It's interesting. There might be a. You can find many reasons that she didn't do that, and And that one might be how you treat the one power, and you don't treat it, like that. And the Aes Sedai were taught, never to do that. And maybe that's what it was.
I honestly, when I was watching it, like when she lost her crap,
yeah,
I thought for sure that she was going to burn herself out before she let herself get taken.
Yeah.
Like I thought for sure she was going to do it, and then she didn't.
Yeah.
It was like it's like she started, and then just like after she lost him, she just like she just lost all of the motivation she could do it. And I was just like so heartbroken when they got her. I was just
she
like,
got captured in the books. She became Damani in the books. So
no, I would have.
See, I don't even remember her from the books. So
I would have liked it if someone with a club just beat her over the head and she was unconscious, and then they put it on, because this seemed like she kind of not gave up, but like her warder died. We know how traumatic that is, but I think from a nitpick standpoint, I would have liked it either she burns herself out, or she gets knocked out so she can't do anything drastic at that point, and no one's protecting her. So I don't know, Omar.
But I mean, honestly, the reaction that we got from a good television show standpoint was perfectly executed. This is what you want. You want all that emotion. You do not want her to pass out. You want to see the pain. And let's remember too, the severing of the bond because of her warder dying. We've seen this happen a couple times. Egwene was one of them towards the end of the books. That is devastating. You are no longer the human being that you think you are when that happens to you. That is the most difficult thing to handle, the pain of it. And then on top of that, they come and collar her. I really think what they did was great. I honestly hope that maybe Rima, just because I'm in love with the actress and the performance, I hope that she replaces Teslan and becomes good buddies with Matt Cawthon. He frees her at some point, which happens later on in the books. But I'm hoping either she takes the place of Teslan now or later. That would be fantastic.
I would love that. Because she was fantastic. I loved watching her.
Amazing. Yeah, and she is in season 3, by the way. So.
Oh, she is. Okay, good. I'm glad we get to see more of her, even if it isn't a collar. There was one thing that I wanted to mention that I thought about a couple different times through this episode. The number of times that an Aes Sedai called another Aes Sedai or one of the girls sister, and like the sort of ferocity of the loyalty that they had for each other was just, I think that I feel like it wasn't emphasized as much in the book. Like they call each other sisters, but they're all doing their same thing, but it really did kind of give the feeling of this is a sisterhood and we do take care of each other, and can I trust you to do this, sister?
Right.
Do this for me, know? And it took Nynaeve back for sure.
It did.
But like I thought that was awesome, the way that they put an emphasis on that like this is absolutely a sisterhood and they take care of each other. I loved it.
Yeah, I agree, Leanne. Free Rima. We definitely need that. And I love, Omar, what you brought up there, that continuing an arc like that would be great, because and I'm glad you sent me this, because how cool was that?
I love that.
That is so cool. And again, to what you spoke about, I felt like the last couple of episodes, there was like, your grief is your own, teaching the novices, how to be strong by themselves and all that. But now you see the other side of it, where they're so, the Aes Sedai are not. They've served, the White Tower has survived this long for a reason, and we see that well. Brian, I know you were going to hop off for a little bit and join us later, and I do have another guest coming in now. So any last thoughts before we go? Have we convinced you that writing on the screen is good?
No, it was still a terrible choice.
Yeah.
What I think you should talk about next, or we can talk about when I come back later, is the scene with Alana in the Warders when they think Lan's a dark friend. I'm curious about what you guys think about that.
Yeah.
And I will see you later.
All right. Awesome.
Thanks for having me, y'all. I'll see you later.
See you, Brian.
Sean, let me ask you that. What did you think of that? The Lan is a dark friend. That was definitely I was not in any way thinking that would be a choice that they would make, and it kind of worked for me. What do you think, Sean?
that was an interesting, and I wasn't sure how they were going to go with that. I was really hoping he wouldn't have to kill warders or to get out of that.
Yeah,
and I'm glad that he didn't.
The fact that that whole setting was eerie to start off with. It's the night, Forsaken Temple, and I'm like, what is going on? And then somehow, I don't know what they were doing, but they got done really quickly and were right behind Lan.
I think that they were doing it on purpose to try and drive him out so that they could.
It was
hey,
a
Bike Burns.
Bike.
Was
buddy.
Alana faking it with the power?
Yep.
Right. Exactly.
To catch him off guard.
Exactly. There was clearly a ruse kind of set up to get Lan in a position where he would reveal if he actually was a dark friend or something like that, and he was leaving. And I had some. I think a lot of people had some, questionable choices they made with the warders and Lan and what happened in episode 4. But it actually worked for me really well in terms of, yep, this is what's going on. That's why they're being suspicious, and now it got fairly resolved fairly well and quickly. And now Lan's back in the good books because he's like, Rand's the Dragon Reborn.
Yeah, I think the way that they handled that, actually, I really like the way that they did it because they needed some way to get Alana and her warders in on the secret. And that Lan isn't just going to tell them, so finding the thing about Lanfear and his thing, and then Moiraine's acting weird and he's acting weird, and they're like, okay, we're putting pieces together and it doesn't look right. There's something going on here. And, I think it was a really interesting, creative way to get them in on the secret. I actually quite liked it.
Yeah, I think I Omar, what do you think in terms of?
I honestly didn't like it. That was not my. That was probably the one part of the episode I didn't like too much.
Okay.
They could have gotten. It looked like almost like Lan was, hey, we're gonna kill you. Okay, I'll tell you, right, kind of thing.
Right.
And 2, it's like there's probably 3 people. We're talking about Min being a dark friend earlier. There are 3 people in all of the Westlands that I wouldn't ever believe that they'd be dark friends, and Lan is one of those 3. So it's just kind of like maybe if Alana believed it, that's one thing. Maxim, maybe. One of them at least could have been like, hey, come on, guys. And maybe the out for him, instead of like, hey, we'll kill you where you stand, maybe put him in a position where, hey, what do you need to do? I need to help Moiraine. She's in big trouble. All right, you're not going to be able to help Moiraine unless you tell us. And then the reason why he tells him, I know he's thinking that, but we don't have the benefit of reading the words like we do in a book. What's in his head? Because we know if we know Lan and his character is true, we know that's what he's thinking. He needs to cut through the BS, get to Moiraine, or cut through the beans, get to Moiraine, and help Moiraine. Right?
Yeah.
But I just, like I said, it's a personal thing. I wasn't too crazy. It's fine. I mean, those are the cards that they're dealt. But not necessarily my favorite.
Well, it got us where we needed to go. But I can understand why people wouldn't care for it.
Yeah. No, totally. Sean, thank you so much for calling in. Was there anything else that you wanted to ask us before we let you go?
No, I don't think so. I'll just say the other Glee man has the right idea about the letters on the screen too. I didn't care for that either.
It's a Gleeman thing, I think. All right, thanks, Sean, and we'll see you back in chat.
Tell, don't type.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Bike, thank you for joining us. I want to do a quick kind of check. We can hear you well. I thought we heard you for a little bit there. What did you think of the Lan Alana Warder scene? And Omar, to your point, I didn't like it, but I liked how quickly they just got it over with.
Yes,
because I didn't like how how they were dwelling on it, and maybe the choices weren't good, but like they were like, okay, it's done, and I'm like, okay, good, cool. This is good. What did you think of? Yeah. What did you think of? Lan is a dark friend. Is that?
Well, yeah. So after hearing Omar say that, I definitely get that point. Like, I would never believe that Lan's a dark friend either. But like, it's probably been like my least favorite story arc of the season so far. Is that stuff? I haven't hated it, but it just hasn't landed that strong for me. And like you guys are saying, I think that's done now. We can move on to the rest of the season. It was wrapped up well enough for me.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is this your first time at the inn?
Yes, except for my appearance on What Idol. It's my first live time.
All right. Well, welcome to the inn, and yes, if you have not, maybe one of the mods can put it in chat. Oh, Light. By Bike Murray.
It's really good.
It's really good. It's even better if you watch Bike do it live twice. No, but thank.
How'd you get to see it twice?
Did you not?
You were there.
You were there, Jess.
Oh, that's right. You did it twice in one night. I thought there was another. That's right. I was pretty drunk, so.
That's good. But welcome to the inn, and I think a lot of people have talked about how Lan's portrayal and maybe how Lan his arc this season hasn't been as well done, but I do like where he is right now, and hopefully we'll get a resolution, and Lan and Moraine be together and all that happen next. I was going to show that, but I don't think there's much there to be shown. I think the one thing I wanted to move, unless any of you have any specific things, what did you guys think of Logain and him in this scene? So let me show you the scene, and then we can talk about it.
Embrace this horse.
Let me fix it.
You know how to do that at least, don't you? You need to grab it. You're surrendering to it, boy. That's it. Make it yours. No pretending, no more hiding. If you want power, you take it. Careful, boy, don't take too much. You could burn yourself out. Let go, boy. It's too much.
So much vomiting.
I was going to say, there's like a vomit count we need for.
I just love it that it's Rand and Egwene who vomited.
Yeah.
So just.
Okay, so this is the question that Maurice Sedai is asking. Oh yes, can Logain see the weaves? So that's going to be my next poll. I'm going to end our poll here. So I asked again, what sequence was Sarah Nakamura referring to? And it seems like quite a clear winner with 65%. The Rima and Basan dance, the Lanfear helping out Liandrin 20%, and not much with the Nynaeve Elayne bonding or the Rand and Mat uniting. But let me go to you, Jess, here. It seemed like Logain could see the source, the one power, the weaves, and all of that. And if so, how do we explain that?
Is it known that after a man is gentled, he can no longer see weaves? Like, do we know that for sure? Because I assumed that he could see them. Like, it never occurred to me that he wouldn't be able to see them anymore.
Are you talking about book metaphysics or show metaphysics?
Any metaphysics whatsoever? Like, in the books, is that explained? Because I don't remember it. But...
I think once you're cut off from the source, you do not see it, you do not feel it, so therefore you should not be able to see anything or feel anything.
But I thought that stilling/gentling, they cut you off so you couldn't reach it anymore, but you always know that it's there, and that's the punishment.
Yes. Correct.
So theoretically speaking, if your connection to the power has been severed, but you can still feel it, you just can't get to it, theoretically speaking, then all of the other stuff that you can do with it, i.e. see weaves, he should still be able to do that. That's the way I always assumed that it worked.
Yeah, so Alexander is saying Sarah has said Logain's talent is to see weaves. I'm not sure. if that's how I interpret what Sarah has said, but Sarah has said something to this, that there is a capital T talent, that in the books it's, seeing Tel'aran'rhiod and Omar, do you have, what are your thoughts on how this works? And is this like is this a change or slight change, or is it just...
Remember when he first sees Rand and he recognizes him and he told him from Tarvalon, I saw you and I saw the glow around you. I think this is very similar. If they'd made a choice that Logain himself or any other gentled male channeler can see them, it's not a huge change.
Yeah.
And again, we don't get a lot of gentled males in the series at all. So it's just a thing just to get us through. I honestly don't mind it. Whether he sees it or not, it's immaterial as long as they are consistent with it. But I also agree with Jess that I don't remember specifically, like maybe we've talked about it with female channelers, because that's happened more often with Swan and Lyanna, and we walk through with them and there's a lot more women channeling around, so it's always like, hey, I can't see the flows and the glow and everything else. But I don't personally remember any specifics in the book saying that a male channeler cannot see it.
And because the two sides are so different, it may very well be that they behave differently under basically the same circumstances. I mean, I feel like it's obvious in that scene that he saw them, because he saw the weaves getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and he said, "You're taking too much," and so he obviously saw what was going on, because he couldn't feel it, presumably. Well, maybe he could feel it, because if he could see it, why wouldn't he be able to feel it?
Unless Rand had a big boner from all the power. Sorry.
I mean, he did seem to really just be pretty turned on by the whole situation. But yeah, I feel like it's pretty clear that he could see and or sense it. So.
Okay. So the question I'm asking is, how can Logain see sighting weaves? First, I said talent. It's a talent. Second is gentled, but can still see weaves. Is there any other explanation, or those the two kind of, she can, and you're right, I agree, he can definitely see them, that, and we've seen it before that he could see maybe the raging sun with Nynaeve, and we've all, we talked about that, so it's not maybe just men, he can see other weaves too, and is it specific to Logain, or is it, I guess the question is it specific to Logain, or is it any gentle person can see it? Bike, any other thoughts, or those the kind of two things that come to mind?
I kind of think that's all I could think of. I mean, I think talent probably works better. For me, like as a both book and show fan, I would prefer if it was like a talent that a gentling wouldn't affect. But either way, I don't think it's a huge deal. For like the medium that we're getting it, I think it makes a lot more sense if the guy teaching him can actually see what's going on.
Right. Yeah, which again, I think talent would work better from that standpoint, I think, but it doesn't work well from a how does Moraine know that, and why would Moraine then choose someone, like the only person who can do that is someone who's gentled and has that talent. So I think it might just be he can, anyone who's gentled or stilled can still see weaves, and therefore can still talk about, that. So I think there's a little bit more that we can look into it and, go back and see what Sarah has said and the choices made. But I do think they're continuing with this theme that Logain is going to be important to Rand's journey in learning the One Power. Omar, how do you see that happening? Is this a is this a next 2 episode thing, or is it a season 3 and onwards kind of thing?
I think he's going to take the place of Asmodean.
Anyone ask that? Because I don't. Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say, because we have this amazing actor in Alvaro Morte, and there is a lot of time between like when he escapes the White Tower and then when we finally like start seeing him again on a regular basis. So like it makes sense to me that they're going to do something to keep him busy.
Yeah. So
that they can keep him around. So yeah, my money's on him replacing Asmodean in the role of teacher.
What if Swan takes him back with her? Or he escapes.
Another possibility.
Yeah. I think the thing that we establish here at least is that Logain is willing to help Rand and subsequently helping the light without any quid pro quo. I'm gonna, begrudgingly do the right thing, and that's really important to Loghain's character.
Mm-hmm.
I think carries all the way through. So it's good to see that. How we get him somewhere else, and I agree with Jess. This is not an actor that we can push to the side for 2 seasons, right? We want him to be there. So yeah, I was at least glad seeing him go that far with Rand and just sort of deliver on that part.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a way to keep him there, and this would be, I think, a good choice. Although I think someone, if I can find it here, yes, Lucinda is saying, but Asmodean was one of the Steppen's Forsaken figurines. I
just want to clarify something really quickly. I never said that Asmodean wasn't going to be in a show.
Oh, okay.
I said that Asmodean wasn't going to teach Rand.
Okay, that's good. Okay,
he can do other stuff that's not that and be in the show.
By the way, one of the big statues in the whatever they called it, the Forsaken Temple, is totally holding a guitar.
Oh, really?
Like you can. It's.
Can you find that? Can someone find that and send that to me, or
It's on my other computer, but yeah, it's one of them. Like if you brighten it up, it's got a guitar or a viola or something like that.
Innkeeper Hatch. There's mention of like zooming and brightening. There's
come do your thing.
Okay. But yeah, I have one other caller waiting. We'll bring them in shortly here. Bike, you like how Loghain being a teacher to Rand, not just maybe now, but for future seasons. Does that work for you in that Asmodean kind of role?
Yeah, I'm all about it. Because I just heard so many good things about his acting, and I feel like we just didn't see all that much from him. And then what I've seen so far this season, I'm in, and I really hope we see more. Just in that quick little scene of the first time teaching him, we got so much from that just in a few sentences. So yeah, I really hope that he takes on an expanded role there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that Loghain betrayed himself a little bit when he started showing concern for Rand, because he has really tried to cultivate this attitude of, screw all of you, I really don't give a crap about what's happening because my life is basically over. And then he's telling him, stop channeling so much, you're going to burn yourself out. And then when the little explosion happened and he lands on the ground, he rushes over there to make sure that he's okay. Bro, you just gave yourself away. You have a heart. We saw it.
Yeah. Matt's Loghain training him to embrace control, okay, but having him train him to actually channel use gentle would be lame. You do know what happens to Loghain in the books, right, Matt? So I think they can speed that up, right? I think that would make sense for the next season, that they speed that up to the point where Loghain, full book spoilers, right? Lord of Chaos. Jess, go ahead.
Sorry,
before I say that. I
got excited.
I want to give the 20 seconds, so YouTube can catch up. But I want to talk about, Loghain. What happens to Loghain?
Well, and so I think that, we saw Moiraine writing that letter. She's trying to get herself to tell Swan that she's been, and she says stilled. Now, I've been on Team Shielded from the get-go, but if she actually was stilled, it would make a lot of sense to bump up the whole somebody figures out how to heal stilling thing and then translates that over to healing gentling as well, or does it, the other way around, because then we get Moiraine back in the seat again, the driver's seat again, and,
Yeah, it's just that
it would be cool.
It would be. That would mean that would need to happen this season, right? You don't think Moraine's not going to be healed or get her powers back?
Oh, I absolutely believe she'll get her powers back.
Yeah, so her being healed this season would be, I think, a little bit too quick in terms of...
I don't think it'll happen this season. Yeah. I think it would happen next season, probably.
Yeah.
My theory on the whole thing was always that she was shielded, and then a male channeler was going to be the one who'd be able to help her out. So either Loghain after he gets healed, Rand when he starts figuring out what the heck he's doing, they'd be able to undo the shielding, so then she'd be able to access the power again. But with the whole Loghain situation,
yeah.
But then does that mean that Swan and Lyanna are also going to get stilled, because that just seems like a lot of being stilled.
I mean, I have a hot take on that. I think those people are going to not be stilled, but rather like killed. So
it rhymes.
It rhymes.
I don't like that at all. But I think it's hard to keep
Thanks,
someone.
I hate it.
It's hard to keep around someone like Sophia Canedo for an episode a season. Maybe that's what it was going to be, but it's going to be hard to know what that arc would be. But before we digress too much there, I know, Omar, you need to probably head off soon. I have another guest coming in a little bit. What do you think in terms of something that we probably haven't? Oh, did you send me something? Okay, you did send me something.
Yeah, I just honestly parting thought, and I'm sorry if you all covered this, but this is the reason we're getting. This is the 4th episode that on an IMDb review basis is getting 8+ rating out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get that in season 1. A lot of the work that people were questioning in season 1, why was episode 5 and 6 centered on the tower and all that? This is the payoff. All the setup that they did in season 1, all the education about Aes Sedai and channeling and a million other things. I think now we're able to operate in we have a lot more room to breathe with the characters themselves, because all the download of what everything is happened in season 1. So that's a bit of a takeaway, and we forget that. And I think me myself, I fall into that trap where I keep on saying how much I like this season more than season 1. Season 1 was always meant to be a setup. Again, they did face a lot of problems, COVID, Barney, etc. We can tell, and they had to resolve some of those issues. But again, I'm really, really, really happy the way things are turning out, because it is fantastic. We're getting more character time. We're getting more lore. We're getting a lot of that just because we're able to do that in season 1. So yeah, that's.
And before you go, you sent me this picture, and I'm going to put it up there. And
Lane sent it to me, so I can send it to you because he heard.
but yeah. Now I'm seeing the guitar, but like, where do you see this guitar?
It's right there. It's literally right. He's holding it. It's upright.
You're right. I see it. I didn't see it for like forever, but yeah, you're right. It's that is.
You see it?
Yeah. No. Do people see it? I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. Let me do some zooming in. Right. This is what we like to do here. So.
Enhance.
This right here, I don't know. You probably are not able to see, but this.
There's the guitar hole right there.
There's like the
neck is going. Yeah. So
that's
the body of the guitar. And there's the neck.
Yep.
And there's about. It looked like there was about 8 of them there, right?
Yeah.
I counted 7, but I think one of the angles, one was hidden, so I'm pretty sure there's gonna be 8.
Yeah. So.
Although I'm not completely convinced that it's a guitar, it is some kind of stringed instrument, but I'm going more like lute, mandolin, personally.
Yep.
I mean, I don't
banjo.
know. I don't know why. One of my favorite parts of the whole Asmodean Rand is him playing different tunes in the background, and just like I don't know why I want to see that in the show. It's just a weird thing I have, and the Loghain becoming the teacher would mean maybe that doesn't happen. Just doesn't like sit with me well, but it's such a bad reason for that to not happen, because I think having Loghain do it is perfect TV. We have a perfect actor to do that. So I think
I think everyone in the fandom needs to tamp it down on the admiration and love of the Forsaken and the Dark Friends. Just that. But yeah, so but again, thank you for having me. And I'll jump in. Actually, I have a thing to do. We have a cool thing coming tomorrow, so we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Hey, it's good to see you, Omar.
All right, good to see you too.
All right, have a good night.
And Mike, have fun. Good meeting you, and we'll see you all.
All right. Okay. All right. Cool.
Bye.
Bye. So let me just end this poll here. There you go. There you guys. I asked, how can Loghain see sighting weaves? About 65% of people think it's, he's gentle, but he can still see it. And about 35%. I think we'll find out more about it, because I think there needs to be some learning about weaves and such. All right, let me send this to our next guest who's coming in, and there is a caller who has been waiting for a little while. And let's bring them in and see what they have to say and what they want us to talk about. All right. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hello, my name is Barack. Is that me? That sounds?
Yes.
Is that what that beep means?
Yes.
Oh wow, this is my first time calling.
Yes. What did you say your name was?
Barack.
Barack. Yeah, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Thanks for calling. And we've been digging into episode 6. Do you think?
I've been listening this whole time.
Yeah. What do you think? Is this your favorite Wheel of Time episode ever that you've seen?
No, it's definitely not my favorite. That has to go to episode 5. If we had put the whole sequence of Egwene in the previous episode, then I can't imagine that any future episode would beat that.
Yes, that is true. But
this episode didn't really work for me. Like somebody said previously, that this feels like more of a world-building episode.
Yeah, they showed us a lot of new things, right? They showed us how the Shanshan worked, how the whole Damane sul'dam thing works. They showed us a little bit more of the Aes Sedai, than what we've seen before. Jess was talking about, bonding and convincing Nynaeve to maybe become yellow, and then
it's pretty cool. I think that somebody has mentioned that. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Jess. That she's going to be the reason why she eventually chooses yellow. Like up until now, she's just been, her whole experience with Aes Sedai has just been the Moraine manipulating everybody because she's blue. That's her thing. But like now she realizes the sacrifice and the honor that can come from being Aes Sedai, and I feel like that's a good reason for her to pick yellow.
Yeah, for sure. And before we go on to, if you have any question for us, let me welcome Elayne. Welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. And that's great. And is this, again, for your first time at the inn? Welcome.
Indeed.
Yeah, welcome. And what did you think in terms of the episode 6, what we've kind of talked about, this kind of showing us more, details of the world that, we're episode 6, right? We're still finding out more things as viewers.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to compare as far as favorites because it was such a painful, traumatic episode. I couldn't say it's my favorite, but I think there are fewer things I would change. So does that mean it's my favorite? I don't know.
I mean, I think there can be different categories of favorite.
Yeah. No, again,
right?
It's more of that, initial kind of feel that you have, right? I totally agree. Favorite, very subjective, but and the reason for me that episode 5 had that was because I have never felt that way about a Wheel of Time episode ever, and that was the first time, and I felt that again. I think tonight. So that's why episode 5 just has that kind of maybe edge, and it's not because of the content; it's how I perceived it. Barack, what question did you have? Did you have anything that we were talking about, or anything that we haven't talked about that you want? Yeah.
So I wanted to mention. You guys mentioned it a lot, but nobody seemed to say. Or didn't catch anybody saying the fact that at the end, when she finally broke Egwene, that she pours out the water. I feel like that's not normally what she would have done. I feel like she did this out of spite. Like normally, like her whole thing is that she wants to be friends with the Damane that she trains. So at the end, when they finally pour her a cup of water, she probably would share with them and try to be more friendly with them. Since she made her work so hard for it, kind of pours it out in her face just to spite her. Mm-hmm. Be like, yeah, that's right, I broke you.
Yeah. No, I think that's why, I when I watched back, both actors were so good, but I wanted to focus on Maddie and Egwene. Rena and the way Zelia, they were just amazing, and watching that kind of arc is also just wonderful. I totally agree that that is a clear, like, well, yes, I almost thought we were gonna get the Thule moment, right? That's the name, right?
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, but it didn't happen, and
you don't deserve to have the name now.
Yeah, exactly. But that I gave I said you can keep your name, but this is your reward for pouring the water. You get
the whole thing was great.
Yeah.
My question is, given that we have it's 2023 now, and the books were written a long time ago, and we know Rand ends up with all three of them. So my question is, do you think that they're going to change it? They're going to have Min end up with Mat, and then Perrin end up with Aviendha, instead of Mat getting all three? I mean, instead of Rand getting all three?
Jess,
I mean,
I saw your kind of
a long-term question.
What do you think? Yeah.
I don't think so. I think because obviously Mat is supposed to end up with the daughter of the Nine Moons, and I don't know why at this point. I don't know why they would change that. And, Rafe did specifically say that he's much more interested in exploring polyamory, like real healthy polyamory, than he is
I didn't know that.
polygamy. So, we do have Alana in her warders, but there is literally no reason why we cannot have another polycule in the show. So I think that they are all going to end up together, but it is going to be a polygamy situation, either in that they're all together in pants times, or they're like sort of paired off with each other. So, Elayne and Aviendha are both with Rand, but then they're also with each other, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, so. And I think one of the things, the way I would say it, like, books try to do this, shows try to do this, like someone has to end up with someone. If they actually diverge and have someone not end up with someone, that's okay too. Like that, it doesn't have to be that Aviendha has to end up with Rand. But I agree. Mike, what do you think? They're trying to give us these pairings, but it's not. I mean, they're even hinting at, are you trying to seduce me with Min and Mat? And then I'm not going to attack you in a fit of lust with Avi and Perrin. Do you think are they trying to tell us this is not happening? You may think, but they're giving us small hints that, actually no.
It definitely could be. I do remember from the first season that Min did say that Rand would end up with three beautiful women, and I guess there's no reason that it, couldn't be. It didn't have to be Avi, right? So, it wouldn't be the end of the world, like you said. But we, did get confirmation from the show that they are going to end up. He is going to end up with three women.
Right. Alan,
that was in Min's vision too, right?
That was what?
Right.
Yeah, she said something about three beautiful women, like a circus and three.
Yeah, exactly.
Women,
Rainbows and carnivals and three beautiful.
She
women.
said that in season 1. I have a question about Min's viewings, though, because she is telling Mat to take an action that she thinks will prevent the viewing from happening. So at least Min believes that there's a chance to change what the viewings are, which wasn't the case. Wasn't her point of view at this point in the books. So I don't know if they're going to treat the viewings differently, or if she just hasn't learned that about the viewings yet.
Am I making shit up, or has she said at some point this season, talking about her viewings, or maybe last season? I feel like she specifically talked about it and said they always come true.
Yeah, I think there has been mention of that. I think it's last season, and there was some hints to it this season too. But I think it's more of her not being okay with her choices and trying to make different choices so it doesn't happen. She maybe years ago came to the conclusion that yes, I can, I can't change what I see.
Yeah.
But maybe.
But she has to try.
Yeah, exactly.
Are,
so I think that might be it. Barack, what do you think of Min's viewings? Do you think Are they changing how they work in the show?
I think they are going to change how they work. 'Cause, like, in the books, only when she knows what they mean does she know that that's what's going to happen. But, like, I feel like it's a bit too subtle. Like, how are you going to portray that in a visual format? I feel like they're just going to go with, they always come true.
Yeah, I mean, I think there should be a little bit more explanation, hopefully this season, about what happens with Matt and Rand, and that would help her realize, that was just me interpreting it wrong, and that's probably happened to her before, where she thought of, this would end up a certain way, and it didn't.
Light-blinded Fool actually made an interesting point. Is it possible the viewing wasn't Min's viewing, but a mask of mirrors or an illusion?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. There's so many ways that you could that's not actually Matt doing it, and meet something else. He's actually helping him out because he was going to do something. Rand was going to do something dumb. Like, there's so many ways that you could, like,
right.
Yeah. Like play it so it's not actually Matt doing a bad thing, and it's actually really happening, or it's Ishi, or it's Lanfear, and things like that. Yeah.
Or I think, was it Nameless on our last recording of TVAD, who said something about, maybe that means that Olivia is not the one who is going to kill Rand at the end of the series.
Wow. That would be
would be Matt instead.
That would be
that would be a whole thing, huh?
Yeah, that would be like, we have to wait for that long. Maybe
set it up super early, but man,
that would
the
be
long game, baby.
Yeah. Thank you so much for calling in. Being a first time caller is great to hear that. Yeah, of course, and call back. Hang out and chat, and we're gonna continue to talk. There's so many things to dig into.
I'll be here.
Yeah, and we'll be back. Next week. We'll be back on Sunday. We'll be back. We'll be doing this for the next couple of weeks, at least, in a very intense manner. So thank you for calling in.
That's cool. I just found you guys like last week, and I was like, wow, I can't believe there's people like that out there.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of us hardcore fan freaks out there, and perfect that you're calling in, and we'll see you in chat. Okay, take care.
Okay.
All right, bye. Okay, Island, you've been watching us. We've talked about a few different things. Let me. I don't know what Innkeeper Hatch is doing in chat here, but he's saying he's like talking to himself because he's like, not enough Lady Lanfear votes, and then he's like, I totally agree. So yes, he's talking to himself. That's what's happening here. But
I loved when Lanfear said Ishi. Yes. I almost died. That was amazing.
I was like, whoa, this is like deep cut, right? Like, these are the things that I'm here for. It doesn't matter that maybe Lanfear would never ever say it, or never ever say it to his face. We want to hear her say it. So that was so good. And I would have, like, off the people, right? Who would have actually said it? It's Lanfear. Like, it
would absolutely be Lanfear.
Exactly.
But they already have kind of like an antagonistic thing going on, so it absolutely 100% makes sense.
There are like three, like, not one-liners, like one words within this episode. There's that Ishi, there's the Mini Min, and there's the Matt saying Dragon Reborn. The way he says.
I laughed my butt off. That was hilarious.
That's so good. All right, I'm gonna end this poll. So, favorite nickname so far: Ishi Deer is 63%. Two Rivers for Perrin. I thought that was wonderful by Dane, and again, great foreshadowing. Princess that Nynaeve calls Elayne, and Lady Lanfear. I feel like Mini Min. I don't know who made that poll. It wasn't me. They missed out on a really good really good one there. But Island, what kind of where do you want to take us? The floor is here. Yeah.
I haven't been here the whole time since you watched the show. Have we talked about why Rhaena wasn't choking when Egwene was choking? If the sul'dam can feel everything a Damani feels twice as much.
I don't think it goes back the other direction.
Yeah, I think you can you can turn that off. Like that is like I think
she's an exception.
Well, sul'dam can feel what the sul'dam feel.
Oh no, the damani feel what the sul'dam feels,
but not the other way around. Not the other way around.
Okay.
And I think there's definitely
yes, that makes sense. My brain inverted that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I mean that scene, right? I was like, what? And how did she? Was that like she's just powerful? Is that what happened, or is that like she used the power? How did she actually?
I think she's just ripped.
She's
Maddie is a tiny little thing. So.
That Zila Day in that scene, I was like, whoa! Like this is taking it a little bit. I didn't think it would go farther than it had already gone, and clearly they did do that. And I thought maybe Egwene had won, and she was like gonna pass out, and that's gonna be the end of that, because she's like, I'm not gonna do it, I'll just pass out or like die or whatever, right? And no, she actually broke her. So yeah,
but only for a minute.
Only for a minute, because she is probably the strongest of all the characters.
She's made out of frickin' titanium.
Yep, exactly. Bike, any specific things that you wanted? Let me look at my list here while you think of any parts of the episode tonight that it kind of spoke to you.
Yeah, and kind of piggybacking off of that, one of the things I like wrote down, because I was like, man, I don't want to forget that line. That was really good. Was when Egwene said like no woman can have power with a collar on her neck. I was just like, man, that line just like hit for me.
Wow. Was this towards the end? Yeah.
I think it was like not that far into when she was in the kennel. Or
yeah, I feel like it was one of the like first maybe middle-ish interactions that they had, and then Renna's response.
Yeah,
you're not a woman, you're a damani.
Oh yeah,
like wow. Yes. Y'all can go right straight to hell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How did you feel, Island Wee, with the portrayal of how they're showing that, and what you read on the books?
Because I've just been rereading The Great Hunt.
Okay.
And I think what's so cool is they're taking the seeds from the book and then they're showing us these scenes that we didn't see on screen. So like Egwene talks about imagining the picture as a weapon and she can't touch it anymore. And she's like really upset when she gets to the point that she can touch the picture. But it's all just this dialogue. And so to actually see that unfold was like really strong choice for the TV show. So like this is it. Like they're doing the thing and they're doing a really good job. And it's just so exciting because I always imagined that Wheel of Time was like unadaptable to TV, but it's clearly not. And I've never been so glad to be wrong.
I love Art here. He's like, I hate her so much. It's great. Like that's
exactly
that is the hallmark of great TV, right? Like, and it goes for great books, right? Like Elida, all these characters that we hate them so much, or we have strong emotions for them, and it's so good. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me show you guys this. All right.
What did you do as a novice? They want to curb your power, you know that. To waste your life on parlor tricks.
We, Shan-Shan, want you to use your power to the fullest extent, the way you were born to. No woman can have power with a collar on her neck. Oh, Egwene. You are not a woman. You are a damane, and a powerful one. I hope they told you at your White Tower just how special you are.
No, they didn't. They did not.
That's exactly what I said. I'm like, she's just Egwene.
she's not even Egwene. She's Nynaeve's friend. in the White Tower, that's who she is. So
you know who she's not. She is not the most powerful channel in 1,000 years.
Egwene's, yeah. I want to see. I'm glad I've always felt Egwene's journey differently until it got to the Gathering Storm, and I really liked her then. But it's this kind of this, you see it on the book on words on a book, and at least when I first read it, I was young and I was like, this is not good stuff. I'm gonna like get over it. And she was freed. Okay, everything's okay. That's how I thought of it. But clearly, this is not okay. When someone goes through something like this stays with you forever. And the way they showed this is just brilliant in terms of what's going to come for her. So it's wonderful. I see Oliver's ears. Yes, this is a live call-in talk show. The numbers on the board there. Jess, upcoming next. I mean, we haven't seen anything. Where do you think the whole Cairhien plot is what's going to happen next? Is this all getting to the wedding? Is this what are the Forsaken doing here? Why are they all in Cairhien? All our main characters, pretty much.
I think. You know what? I'm honestly not sure. I feel like there has been speculation about what is Moiraine's sister's name?
Anwer. Yeah.
Okay, Anwer. And Barthanes being dark friends.
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up.
I suppose something weird could go down at the wedding. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure where the Cairhien plot is going, and it's kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this scene, there's a couple of scenes, and I'll show this one first. I didn't know what to make of it, and it's really interesting. How Moiraine talks to Barthanes is different than how Moiraine talks to anyone else.
I think you'll make a wonderful king, Barthanes. Kind and thoughtful. King to make our house proud.
The way she needed, human touch so bad.
The Amelin seat is here, in Cairhien, with 14 Aes Sedai, and she's demanded...
I was like, wait, that is kind of out of character for Moiraine, and is something going to happen with, a reveal for Barthanes? Because we got that scene outside her room where she's like, well, I tried, and, and it was like, well, you tried to just get her food, or what else were you trying there? But they didn't really reveal much more than that. So I know we've talked about this more before in terms of who's the dark friend here. Is it the mom? Is it the son? Is it both? With the two scenes we've seen now, Elayne, do you have any thoughts? Is it still Barthanes who was from the books, or are we seeing a duo here that's trying to get to know what Moiraine's up to?
I honestly don't know, but they keep showing us those Trolloc puppets. So I keep wondering, kind of sideways, but I keep wondering if we're going to get that. It seems like it would be such a weird, it doesn't seem like it would work. I don't know if it's just a hat tip to what happens with the Trolloc puppets and the Trollocs come in and attack. But it does seem like they're also setting us up for a coronation type thing.
Well, and it does seem like if Barthanes is a dark friend, it would seem like the Shadow would want him married to the Queen of Cairhien.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're not going to send a bunch of Trollocs in to screw that up. So
it's going to be interesting how, what happens, because something major seems to be happening at this wedding. The way I thought of it was, well, who better to have something go down at a wedding than Lanfear, right? She's done that before. That's her MO. But it'll be interesting because she is probably still the kind of wild card. We don't really know what she's up to, other than the fact that she, wants Rand, and that's about it. But she's kind of playing with Ishi's plans, and that might be a way to introduce Trollocs. Is, well, this is how I'm going to screw with you here. Just get Trollocs into the city, and show that. This is the other scene with them too. That and I'm going to put up this poll too. How Anver tries to again show Moraine, this is my house, but she's like, nope.
I want you out of this house and out of this city tomorrow.
I am the elder sister. I am the Damodred heir. And this house is mine if I want it. You and your son are here by my good grace.
You got none of what made him good, Moraine. None of it. You are mother through and through.
I think it's the scene of them outside now. Yeah, well, maybe I think it's. I'll try to find that, but there is that one scene where they're just being like, "Oh, that didn't work as well as I thought it would." I think when he brought her food, right? That sandwich. But yeah, I think the way they're going to show the wedding and the reveal of dark friends within Moraine's own family is going to be interesting in shaping what she does next. So, Mike, what are your thoughts in terms of how are they going to, they're showing a lot of Anver, they're showing a lot of Barthanes we know from the books. How is this going to actually play out?
I guess I'm probably leaning more towards just Barthanes being the dark friend. And I'm kind of wondering, like with 2 episodes left, aftermath of coronation wedding, I wonder if we're going to go back to the ways to get Rand off to Falme.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, we know Rand ends up in Falme, so that's definitely something that we know. The way seems to be the best choice. Do you think that's going to happen kind of end of the episode next week, Jess? Or how that happens? Like, we know his motivation, right? It was really good how they showed the Lanfear dream sequence with Egwene, and Egwene and Rand knows it's a trap, but how does he actually get there?
Magic.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems unlikely that he would take the ways by himself. Mm-hmm. He's been there. He knows it sucks. And he has no idea how to get around.
Right.
So I feel like that's a non-starter. He hasn't figured out skimming yet. Nobody knows how to travel except for probably the Forsaken. So I feel like we've got to have a time jump, right?
I think the only other, and let me get your thoughts here, Alan. Lanfear. Lanfear's like, hey, I've shown you her. I want to mess with Ishi. Here's this portal that is opening into Falme.
Have we completely given up on Flicker? I'd be just like the hopeless.
No, so I okay. Do you think they'll introduce
like maybe
portal
we won't
stones?
see very many flickers, but like
I mean, okay, so I'm not sure. Do we know the name of the next episode? Are people here? Do we want to talk about that? I know they've been released and we know the order. I haven't seen them, so I actually don't know. But I think the name of the next episode may suggest that is still a possibility. But do you think it's Portal Stone flicker, or another way of flickering with a Waygate? Because it's still possible. I agree that that's a possibility to do a flicker, but how that actually happens, how does Rand get to, how does Moraine and Lan, I would imagine all of them get to Falme?
We haven't seen anything resembling a portal stone. Nobody has mentioned portal stones. Like, there's been no reference to them whatsoever. So, like,
it's
there
not gonna,
can't be a portal. Like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be a portal stone.
What did Lanfear says you can use Tel'aran'rhiod to travel?
That's right. She did say that.
Why would she say that? It's like
because he's going to use Tel'aran'rhiod to travel to Falme.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay.
Mystery solved.
Okay.
Nice work, everyone.
Doesn't he? Which book does he do that in? Where he actually kind of, it's not traveling, but like he goes into Tel'aran'rhiod and he steps out and.
Isn't it Rand does that like in Tyr when he fights Shamel. Then he does that in the Fires of Heaven to fight Ravin, right? Those are the 2 times he actually.
Yes, that was the time.
I think those are the 2 times he does that, not to travel, but the actual person who actually travels is Egwene with her journey, right? So I'm glad that that Lanfear said that. So I'm gonna pull that one once I finish this next poll here. Jess, how are you doing? Is it getting late for you? You doing okay there?
It is actually getting a little bit late for me.
Yeah.
I am an old lady. I can't stay up very late anymore. So,
but any final thoughts before we let you go here?
I need to watch this episode again because, like, literally the end of my reaction video was just sort of like jump cuts between me staring in different directions silently because I had absolutely no idea what to do or say. But there was one thing that I wanted to call attention to, and that is the fact that Suroth has a beautiful smile, and that's not right.
Everything about that room was not right. And how they treated Loyal there.
She called him an it.
Oh, okay.
She totally did, because toward the end, like, as he was leaving, she's like, how should I give it to Turok or something like that? And I'm like, bitch, you did not.
Wow.
So, yeah, just sort of like these beautiful people doing terrible things. And it's just sort of like the bisexual panic is like growing by orders of magnitude. It's really a problem. So, yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that is a very small scene, but a great scene. We touched on it a little bit, showing some of the culture. But yeah, you're right. Karima McAdams is they're all wonderful people. The characters are not.
So
yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Of course,
this has been really fun.
Yeah, and 2 more episodes left, but I somehow I'm not feeling like it's going away because we've gone so much. So I'm glad that's the feeling I have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 episodes left, and we'll have a lot of fun. All right.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jess.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So awesome. There's one caller who's waiting. Let me bring them in and see what they want to talk about. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hi, it's Oliver's Ears. How you doing, guys?
Mr. Ears, thanks for calling in. So, episode 6. What is your, takeaway big moment? We talked about Egwene. That's obviously the big thing. But how did you feel end of this episode?
Okay. Well, first thing I have to say is, wow. It gets a full 5 wows.
Yes. That is.
I absolutely loved this episode. And I know I rewatched it, so I missed a lot of the show here. But I thought at the end, the editing going back and forth between Egwene and
Rima.
Oh God, what's her name? Rima. Thank you. I thought bouncing back and forth between the two of them was absolutely epic. It was fantastic, and there's something else I had seen in the past where they had done the same thing, and I cannot for the life of me remember it. But goodness gracious, I wish I could, because I just thought how fantastic. They have stepped it up big time here, particularly at the end.
No, you're right.
Megan
Go ahead.
And Megan just in that resigned, I'm broken, is just heartbreaking.
Yeah, the choices
and that catechism that she was saying that Egwene was hearing, all the rules that she can't do, that Egwene was hearing through the wall, that broke my heart.
I think the timing of how they introduce all of those things was just so well done. They gave us enough time with Rima and how she spoke to Nynaeve for us to feel close to her. The whole Nynaeve and Rhaena, how she heard those voices, and that last sequence brought it together so well, because you had been prepared for something like that the whole episode, and it had been not easy going through all of that, and then they upped it a notch right at the end. So yeah, I totally agree. There's the first thing I thought of in terms of rewatching is like, how well was this written start to finish, but also from a direction and cinematography standpoint, how well were things shown, and it just worked kind of really well in terms of like different arcs, because they showed a few different people, and it was sometimes hard to kind of, they showed everyone except Perrin, and that sometimes can be hard. I mean, even Liandrin was in there, Ishi, Lanfear, they're all in there, small amounts, but enough to be memorable.
Yeah, and I thought that the bit, and I'm still kind of focused in the end here, I thought that the interaction between Elayne and Nynaeve and Egwene kind of trying to keep Nynaeve settled down, and the final handhold at the end, that establishes, I think, their relationship. Yes. It's friendly, yet it's knuckle to knuckle. At the same time, I think they killed that one, and I hope they really utilize that when the two of them are off on their own later. For goodness sake, I'm sorry, guys. I'm spewing about how wonderful this is, and I haven't even
continue
touched on the
spewing.
other
Yeah, continue spewing.
Yeah, oh yeah, and the whole Damodred thing.
Yeah. How did you answer this poll that we have going on right now? Who do you think is the Dark Friend? Do we know more? Did they give us more? We've been talking about this since last week, but do we know more now?
Well, I don't think so, and I think the poll is incorrect. You should have given us the option for neither.
I was going to.
I am not.
I was going to, and then I was like, maybe not.
Yeah, well, you gotta err on the side of of openness here.
Yeah.
I don't know if either one is. I'm not getting the vibes. If others are picking it up, I'm not. But my goodness, the family dynamic, and family dynamics can be pretty incredible anyway. My family is very boring. My wife's family is very dynamic, so I see both sides. But, for goodness sakes, I think what they're setting up there, if the wedding occurs, some people have been mentioning about perhaps Lanfear crashing the wedding.
Some people.
I don't know. I don't think.
I don't know if you can tell. I don't know if you're watching, but we just had our third guest join her on the screen here, and it's someone who may think that Lanfear should crash this wedding. So, what do you think?
We'll talk about that
well, I'm on a
next week.
phone, so when I'm on the phone, I can't see the. I can see the chat, but I can't see the broadcast. I would imagine, since you said that, it's got to be Matt.
Matt,
next Wednesday we'll be talking all about those theories.
Wow, you're like, let's not talk about Lanfear, is what I heard right there.
Look, as soon as I do that, chat just mods will hate it, because all of a sudden we get into episode 7 speculation, and then it'll take it off the rails. So I want to, but I'm also in host mode, right?
Yeah. No, you're right.
My last.
Yeah, go ahead.
My last thing though is, where are they going with Matt with 1 T? Where are they going with him? I want to know. I'm cringing with the idea that he's going to screw it up or he's going to redeem himself, and I don't know what he's going to do.
Let me ask you that. Do you think this is their arc that they're setting up as showing that Matt makes all the wrong choices, and now we need to finally see Matt make the right choice? Or has Matt learned his lesson that he's actually not as bad as he thinks he is?
I hope we resolve the... Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, he's now made 3 bad decisions, okay? He didn't go into the ways, he didn't go to Egwene, and he did not meet Rand at the gate.
Yeah.
So he's had his 3, and 3's the limit. I think he's going to redeem himself after this.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I agree. I do not want us to keep speculating that he's a dark friend beyond this season. Like that question of like whether he kills Rand, I want that cleared up right away. And he can blow the horn, and then he can become like a charming gambler who swoops in and complains, and the Matt that we all love.
Right. Overseers, thank you so much.
I would like to see him start wearing some clothes that are a little nicer too.
Yes,
he needs a wardrobe
just
change.
a little lace.
He needs a little lace, a wardrobe change. Thank you so much for calling. Matt is definitely a character we've seen more, and we want to see more and more, and see him, wear better clothes, do better things for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll see you guys on the backside. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, take care.
But we did get some good comedy with him. Like it was like, oh yeah, this is great, and then like, oh no, this is horrible again.
Yeah, it's happened a few times where he's like, oh, Matt's in a good mood, but no, Matt it doesn't get to stay in a good mood for longer than a few scenes. Did you think we were going to see that reuniting kind of? Is that how it?
No, I didn't. I did not catch. I didn't see that they were going that way.
Yeah.
I should have, right? Because it's Cairhien.
Right.
I guess they've been so unexpected in times that I haven't. That was just like a really nice gift. I feel like it was like, like I said, Raimi, I think, did a fantastic job. I think I posted that on Twitter, that moment from Comic-Con where she says she takes it very seriously when it comes to, basically honoring Robert Jordan's world and serving, kind of like making sure they're writing for what the fans have always loved about his world, and also attracting new viewers, doing both. And she thought that it was their obligation to do both of those. And this felt like evidence of that. Like I was worried, right, the entire episode, but it was just 10 minutes, 20 minutes in, 30 minutes in. I was like, yeah, this is hitting all the beats that I would like. Again, those 2 worlds that she talked about, fans of the books and then new viewers. And I thought Raimi did a great job writing and balancing that line, right? And that was one of those moments for me, the Matt and Rand piece. I know I complained in chat. I feel like the sit down probably got edited a bit in the editing room. This was the longest episode so far, 1 hour 9 minutes, if you will.
Yeah.
So they probably had a hard time. My guess is they had a lot more material, and we'll just never see it. Like, some of those scenes just look like they've been cut.
Right.
You're like, man, it felt like in the beginning of this season we had a lot more of those. They just settled into a scene, And I understand with as many people and as many kind of threads you got going on, Jordan does the same thing. You're like bouncing all over the place. I just wanted them to settle into the Rand and Matt moment a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are running out of time, right? Two episodes left. They had to do certain things, and I think they focused on some of the other things that again landed really well with the Rima and Egwene things that we've talked about. Let me actually share that meeting now that we're actually talking about that and see old friends reunite.
Yeah, it's hard 8, right? So you don't think you're going to see a hard 8 right there in the middle of the table. Come on. For money in, yeah, money in, please. Right, that is lovely. Anyone else? Thank you. So, we were going for hard 8, yes?
What?
Chills, man. Chills in this moment.
Quick.
The way he hugs him and kind of runs towards him, that was great.
Yeah.
In Light's name, are you doing in Cairhien?
What in Light's name are you doing in Cairhien?
By the way, Matt looked at his clothes, and he was like, what the heck's going on with his clothing?
Where's everyone else?
It was like, you look bloody awful. He's like, what are you talking about?
He's like, Rand's come up in the world, clearly.
And he's like, where's your hair? I mean, it's so funny that he commented on how...
Did he say where's your hair?
Yeah, no, yeah. Where's your hair?
I need to go back and watch this episode because sometimes I'm so focused on their faces, if that makes sense. Like I'm watching the moment and getting lost in kind of maybe the nostalgia of just reading the books and loving that moment. I missed that he said dragon. I missed the Dragon Reborn thing until later when he was like, I'm gonna stop you, basically he was like, yeah. And then he mentions like, bloody Dragon Reborn, whatever he says. So yeah, I thought that was great.
It was, again, I think the choices they've made in terms of writing and what they could, in the time they had was really good. Let me just check here. Yeah, okay. So I think in terms of, people coming back together, how do you see the way they're showing, these Min and Matt were together, and then they have this kind of extended scene where Matt was like, well, you betrayed me, and he goes and then kind of takes her advice in a way and is like, well, I'm not going to be with Rand. Do you think that in terms of an arc for meeting Rand and then within the hour kind of betraying him again serves the purpose that we're seeing? I just feel like it's just the same thing over and over again. There's one thing that I felt that they maybe could have done better is just Matt talking to him instead of just being in hiding kind of in the shadows. What did you feel about that, Mike?
Yeah, so like it just seemed like he kind of from spending that much time with Min, like while it was a tough pill for him to swallow, that he found out that he kind of got played a little bit there. He was like, well, her visions are like real, so I can't hurt Rand like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that trying to figure out what's the right thing for Matt is like a big kind of arc that we've seen throughout the 2 seasons. Like, am I doing the right thing? How do we see that resolved, going forward?
I don't know. It bugged me that they didn't kind of follow the plot with actually untangling him from the dagger completely. Like, I feel like I need some closure with that. Mm-hmm. And I hope we get it. I don't think we're going to get it in the way that we do in the books. So I'm not quite sure where they're going with that. But we have, well, I won't talk about anything. that might come in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel like
Innkeeper.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to see like what is the purpose of these scenes. I mean, yes, there's a reuniting, and then a kind of Min betrayal, and now a Matt betrayal. Is there what are they trying to set up? Because they're great scenes, but it's hard to know exactly where they're going with this.
Well, I feel like. Oh, go ahead. Because
No.
in season 1, Barney left, and we just had this really inconclusive thing with Matt disappearing, and so I think they're trying to give him like a chance to have that redemption arc and let him play it out himself. Because I think that's why we're seeing the parallels.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the scenes. It's just interesting to be, is this just horn? The horn's going to fix everything. Is I feel like where I'm trying to think it's going to go, and I'm like, well, maybe there should be a little bit more than just that. Matt, what were you going to say?
This one, I do think the episode was brilliant. This is one of my nitpicks was Min's viewing explanation. So I was okay with it when it was what she was seeing. But now that her interpretation is that, did she say kill?
No, it was. I don't know if it's interpretation.
Did she say stab or did she say?
Oh,
but
okay.
But she did. I mean, she explained it.
Yeah.
Let's go back and watch it because
she's kind of.
That's always.
She's drunk.
That's the moment, right? She's drunk. and could she be lying to Matt because she is right? We still don't have the internal point of view of her interpretation. We have the external words that she's using, and she's telling Matt. Obviously, she's concerned about Matt and Ishamael, but she is saying what she's seeing, and maybe she thinks if she tells him that he won't go, and that way Ishamael doesn't get his way, whatever it is. But I just didn't like it's one of those like we haven't seen the end of this, so I don't know how it's turning out. So it's one of those where I go, okay, we're still hanging on it, which is fine. It's one of those I need to, when we see this through, I need to understand, because there's a specific way that Min's viewings do work in the books. And again, I know this is it's a book fan aspect of this, is like, okay, but how are they making it work in the show?
Right.
And this will tell us, in my opinion, once we get the conclusion of whatever this is.
Right. No, totally. Let me play that scene of what does she actually say to Matt.
My mate, who I've been telling you about. He's here.
You can't go.
I haven't told you that I'm leaving.
I saw it.
No. I've already told you I
You kill
don't
him. You kill Rand.
No.
Yeah,
No.
with that dagger. The ruby on the golden hilt.
No.
In Falme, that's where he wants you to go, right?
No. How do you know Rand?
I love this part. The how do you know Rand moment is really good.
Yeah.
You set me up. Yeah? And that's why we're here.
No.
Because of him.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know that I was
For how long since we left? No.
I like how he just talks.
Before we met.
Mm-hmm.
And like he doesn't say anything.
I'm sorry.
I genuinely thought you were my friend.
I am. That's why I'm telling you. You don't know what this is costing me. You kill him, Matt. If you love him, stay away.
But don't we get in the season 1 where doesn't she tell Rand like she knows? I thought in season 1 she talks about how like when she sees things they're gonna happen. Am I just throwing a book thing in there?
I
Or
think,
in season 1
this is more like
that?
this does not mean that she interpreted it, but she saw something and she thinks that's what's gonna happen. So Min does like have shortcomings that actually play out in the books in the same way, where she thinks a certain thing is going to happen because she saw it a certain way, not necessarily that she understood it and knew it to be true to be that way, because there are times when she knows it to be true, and that she knows. But there's also ways of interpreting it and not knowing it's going to be the truth.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, I think this feels like a change to me.
Yeah.
It just feels like they've changed how it works. So, and we won't really know, I guess, until it comes out. And I guess they can always write it off as in like, no, she was just trying to convince Matt not to go there, and so she was just telling him something, but that's not what she believed. I mean, they always have that kind of out from the unreliable narrator side of this, because we don't have internal thought process like we would in the books from a point of view.
Right.
So they can always go that route. I feel like it feels like a change to me.
I mean, this is interesting. Her viewings are true, if not literal. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, there's an interpretation part to it that where she understands them and is able to say exactly what she's thinking, what is seeing, versus she has to view it and then recognize what's happening and, say what's happened, come to a conclusion based on that. So this is the other, the other thing. What do you think? Again, this is getting into what's going to happen towards the end of the season. The stab wound and how that happens. But yeah, this was a part of the episode where I felt I liked it, but I didn't know where they were going with the whole arc there, for sure. All right. Is there any other scene that
have we put a poll up in a while?
Yeah.
What poll do we have up right now?
I was gonna put a poll up basically about the dagger, but it's like we haven't seen the dagger. Like, where's the dagger? But it's like,
I want you to ask: is Min's talent different in the show than in the books? Like, do people believe it's different?
I feel like I asked this already, but
have you already asked this?
I don't know. Okay. Maybe I haven't, but I felt like this was something we talked about, but I never.
This is what happens with being an innkeeper for a long time. You start to think you've given people mugs that you've never given them. You start to think you've asked poll questions that you've never asked.
People have won mugs before you think they've won, but they've never won.
Yeah, it's a natural part of this.
It's Min's talent changed in the show. Is that what you want to ask?
Yeah. Does it work differently in the show?
All right, let's see. What do you think, Bike? Do you think there's a change that the Min's viewings they can be wrong, or the way they're interpreted can be different?
Yeah, so I think it kind of has to be different, because like in the books, she sees symbols all the time, and she doesn't know what the hell a bunch of them even mean. So like just the way that mechanic has changed for the visual medium, it has to change for the show. But I don't know if that means that the visions that she says she understands, which is like the mechanic in the book. She's like, when I know, I just know. Maybe that'll be retained, but I kind of agree with Matt. I do think it's a change.
Yeah, I mean, again, there is.
That's okay.
There is opportunity to explain it further. They can always do that, and still be book accurate. I think within what they've showed us. I don't think this necessarily means they cannot go back. This is not a loyal getting stabbed with the Mordeth dagger. That's a little bit hard to wrap my head around how that happened, but we've moved past that. So this is even easier to move past, I think. Elayne, what do you think about Min's viewings? Do you think this is there a change in what we're seeing?
So my interpretation of her performance was that Min believes that the outcome can be changed. I forgot that about season 1, that she didn't think that. But I wonder from a storytelling perspective if they think it's more interesting that there's some wiggle room or some question. And that's kind of what they're leading with here. I'm not sure. I know as a reader, like we were told certain things about her visions, but we always question everything. And so I think they're probably, I don't know, I'm really curious what they're going to do with this particular vision. And like you said, Matt, that will probably change my opinion on whether I like where they're going or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually liked the fact that we got Matt and Rand and Cairhien was awesome, actually. Like somehow I did not think that was going to happen. Like I thought they were going to take Matt off into a different. I did not foresee them kind of jumping to like the Great Hunt moment. Like I thought there was like that totally shocked me, and I was like, wait, what? You took him to the White Tower and then you took us back. So I actually thought that was. I don't know how I did not understand that when they talked about going to Cairhien, but it wasn't until I saw them in the forgate and they hugged it. I was like, oh damn, that was good. Like I didn't know how much I would have enjoyed that. I have a nitpick on that one, which is I think the better story. Again, we need to see how the Matt thing is going to turn out. To me, it would have been nice to know the nuance of maybe Matt almost stepping out. He's conflicted, but he almost steps out, and then they stop Rand where he's waiting, not have Rand walk like he's missed it, and then they stop him. Because he like walks into the forgate like 2 steps, and then they stop him. And I think Matt showing the conflict on his mind and not knowing, but deciding, look, I'm going to step out. I can't trust this person. And Min, whatever she says, she betrayed me, and I'm going to choose this. Mm-hmm. So again, I don't know where they're going with this, but I would have liked that nuance in his decision in that moment to not have it just be another moment where he's like, Matt. like in my head, I was like, that's what Rand was saying, like, Matt, don't go. And then the portal closes or whatever, you know. Like,
yeah,
I would have liked that twist. That's a nitpick from how. Again, I don't know where they're going with the Matt thing, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you. I do see a couple of callers here. Probably take them in a little bit, but I was going to show this one scene, and I don't know if you guys thought this too, but I thought this was a good kind of, again, juxtaposition how the White Tower scene with Egwene was shown, and how this scene is shown in Falme. So let me show you this. So the kind of sitcom White Tower tour we got with Egwene, and I kind of got a similar vibe here, where they were like, you know, now she's in this new place, and you know, she's stuck there, and this is her whole world now. And they had a few different things throughout the episode where they were like, you know, showing the change in how she is and how she's treated now, where she may be special, but not in the way she wants to be special. I want to talk about Ishamael and dreams, and how how he talks to Min. Overall, in terms of, again, showing us the mechanics of dreams, Bike, do you think they've done a good job of, you know, showing us, okay, this is what Tel'aran'rhiod is, and these are the rules here, and this is important for the show?
I think they've introduced some good, like, key concepts. I think Tel'aran'rhiod is probably one of my absolute favorite parts of all of the Wheel of Time. So, like, I'm definitely, you know, I need more. But I think they've introduced some cool concepts. And, you know, one of the things I'm wondering if, like, you know, that's how, you know, Randa's going to learn about Tel'aran'rhiod from Lanfear in the show. I couldn't say what I think is, like, missing, but I just like it so much. I just want more of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we saw that scene, Alamir, right, with Ishamael and Min, but then we saw the whole sequence with Rand in a dream, Lanfear taking her to Egwene, and you can talk about how that is. Is this Egwene's dream, and what's happening? Is it actually, we've seen the dreamer with the capital D and Egwene, and there's really good kind of way that they've showed that, but I think they're getting Tel'aran'rhiod right in what they've shown us.
Yeah, wise ones in season 3, and it'll get more complex, hopefully.
Yeah. So it was always gonna be hard to maybe see the stone ring and actually introduce how we saw in the second and third books, but I think they've shown us enough to be like, okay, this is going to be important, and it's not just the Forsaken that have power over it. We have other people who could maybe do some things. Matt, what do you think? Are we seeing enough there to then now build, Egwene Dreamer and other, Wolf Brothers and all that?
You just asked me if we're seeing enough dreaming. No, actually, I was a little bit disappointed, right? I wanted to see more in season 1.
Yeah.
And right when it kicked off, I think it was like episode 1, I was like, oh man, I don't know. And then it's built, right? I think we've gotten more. Like that whole scene of, I think, Lanfear taking Rand, trying to build this, like, this is a place where I can give you anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little bit, Shamael, if you notice, they took a little bit of the Shamael kind of ploys and plots with Rand and dreams and gave those to Lanfear, which I think was fantastic.
You really, you did? You liked?
Yeah, I did. I like that part. And so I thought, like, that role is much more compelling and interesting. The whole kind of, like, Shamael shows up and, like, breaks whatever, like, tries to freak them out into following him. This is so much more interesting. And she, like, oh, I can bring you to anyone that you love, is like, that is totally going to set us up to Egwene eventually being able to see everyone's dreams, right? They'll be familiar with the concept. The viewers will be like, oh, okay, you can go into other people's dreams, or you can find other people when they're dreaming.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a really good way. If you think of what we call the gap of infinity, that might have been kind of hard to, like, visualize, but I don't think it'll be as hard. I think this is a nice kind of easing people into what they're going to give us with that.
Wait, are you saying that you like what they've shown us to the extent that you believe they're going to show us the gap of infinity?
Yes.
That's how hyped you are.
Well, look, if we get there, wow. Well, I mean, I don't think it's hard for them to give us her entering a dream and then lifting into a place where she sees all dreams and then shifting down into someone's dream. I think it'll make sense to people now that we've seen a dream shift. And I think introducing Egwene into dreams and being able to seeing people like this, I think this makes, if they don't include an Egwene dream that is that has visions of some sort in the next episode, I think it's a missed opportunity. I think showing that maybe something, again, awakening a talent, an ability, like this feels like a time for them to do that.
Yeah.
Whether or not we get an episode 7 or 8, that would be like, if Egwene doesn't dream and somehow maybe see the Aiel in some form or fashion, or she runs, or she sees the Shamael and she runs away, and then she jumps into something else that she doesn't know what she's doing and gets kicked out because maybe Renner wakes her up or something to that effect. I don't know. There's ways to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll stop talking about it.
Just stop talking about Lanfear and dreaming, then, like, never, right?
Yeah.
And to the scene with Liandrin and Lanfear, Lanfear was indicating that you can use the dream world to spy and to gather information. So all of that is setting things up.
I missed that.
Say that one again.
Liandrin asked, how did you find me? And Lanfear said, I've been watching your dreams.
Oh, yeah, she did say that.
So that was setting all of this up as well.
I was watching your dreams. Yes. Where do you watch dreams from? Yes. That is so good.
There's a fair comment from Dale. If I just say Tar. If Tel'aran'rhiod was more visually ethereal, new viewers and I would have an easier time knowing when they're in it. I don't know. It feels like a choice. Like, I feel like they want us to not know. Like, I think that is the whole idea of dreams, is sometimes you have no idea that you're in a dream until it becomes clear to you because it ends, right? It's like that meeting with a Shamael and Lanfear. It feels real and then all of a sudden they make you question something, but maybe it's real still.
Yeah.
But then Rand's there, and it's like, maybe it's real still, but she then says, well, someone's coming, and then someone wakes him up, and you're like, oh, it's a dream. So I actually like that choice to not go down the road. I didn't know if I would like that choice. I do now. Like I was on Dale's side, I think, earlier in the season, but I'm not. And I absolutely like the it feels real concept.
No, and I think they've done enough to show that there's no confusion that this is a dream, because you know now. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Is this a vision, like with the arches? And so there's this virtual reality kind of feeling. But Lanfear was, I think this is where she does some explanation. Let me show you guys this. And I know Bike, it's getting a little late. The Gleeman is gonna hop back on in a little bit, so let me share this this scene, this clip, and then talk about it, and then go from there. So
About the lies I told you, and you're right. I haven't given you any reason to trust me.
This is a good scene.
Really?
So let me start now. Let me give you the gift of a dream. Is there anyone you'd like to see?
Anyone?
Anyone?
Egwene? Egwene? Egwene?
Rand.
What happened to you?
Rand. Rand. Is that you?
She was like, no way, you're not touching her. Right at that moment. I thought, the acting of Natasha O'Keeffe in so many moments is so good. But like in that moment, you see like true kind of like, this is the thing that she really cannot handle. And you actually see her struggling with the fact that this is, again, maybe the same person who's like rejecting me again. I'm surprised she hasn't done anything drastic with Egwene yet, but maybe there are reasons. Bike, what do you think of that whole kind of scene of showing Lanfear doing anything, basically saying, hey, I'll do anything for you in a way. Yeah. Or like this, olive leaf kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like to your point, like just the acting prowess, like when he's like anyone, and she kind of like looks down, and you can feel that jealousy brewing, and she's like, all right, fine, anyone. She's fantastic. And to Dale's point, I'm hearing it better in my headphones than I did watching in my living room. When he said Egwene, like you heard like that trailing echo. That that sort of did hint like we weren't like actually physically in Falme in her cell, so I thought that was like kind of a cool nod to have that more ethereal feeling to it.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things they could probably, I don't know if they could do better or be like, okay, is this all Tel'aran'rhiod, or is it going into other people's dreams and think, all that kind of metaphysics and dream shards. I think they probably would be better with just making it simple and keeping it all Tel'aran'rhiod and pulling people into Tel'aran'rhiod. So like it's kind of weird that Shamal is pulling Min into Tel'aran'rhiod somehow every time he needs to talk to her. But he kind of did that with the boys in the first books, right? In the first book. So I always felt, the mechanics of that were a little bit hard to understand, but I think it's easy to be like, yes, every time we're in a dream world, it's Tel'aran'rhiod and not necessarily someone's dream per se. Although Rand stabbing himself becomes a little bit difficult in episode 8. I think we can just forget that, Matt. From a metaphysics standpoint.
No, that the stabbing one actually is not a problem.
I know it's not, but but is Rand strong enough to stab himself and not kill himself? And is that what you're going for?
Yeah, absolutely. If Rand actually doesn't believe that he would die, then he wouldn't die. As in,
right? Yeah.
Belief in Tel'aran'rhiod is the most important aspect of Tel'aran'rhiod. Yeah. So, if Rand, in his innocence of Tel'aran'rhiod, is like, this is just going to wake me up, this isn't going to kill me.
Yeah,
he would just wake up.
Yeah.
So it depends on how strong the belief is, and so that one is an easy pass on it. But yes, you're right. That one did bother me. I know people were like, I think that was one of those where I was like, no, actually that one's fine. There's other things about the metaphysics that hurt my brain, but not that one.
Okay. All right, Bike. Thank you for jumping on. And chatting with us. Brian's gonna make his way back. Have you inspired? Are there any inspired What Idol entries from the first 6 episodes? Is there something on that you already thought of?
Well, I've got a notepad on my phone with 7 ideas, and I think I picked the one I'm gonna go with. But it's actually not show inspired.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got a lot of ideas, so I'm hoping that I'll zero in on the one that I really want to do, and then maybe I'll just start making the other ones and putting them online, because there needs to be more Watt parodies out there. You can never have enough.
There does. I can't wait, man. I can't wait till whatever you come up with. I mean, the last year's will always, I guess it's this year still. Yeah. This year's will always be a classic in my head.
Yeah.
But I always am excited when those where I'm like, oh, it's like when Marcel sends one in, I'm like, oh man, busking in the ways. And then after that, anything else, what was that? Fael was the last.
Where is Fael?
Where is Fael? Oh man, that was so good. So yeah, I look forward to both of your if both of you do entries. I'm working on an entry. I mean, other people are gonna be singing it, but it's not an entry. It'll be coming out before the show, What Idol. But it's gonna be fun.
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah.
And thanks so much for having me. I had a great time.
All right. Awesome.
It's awesome to see you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah. I do have a few callers here waiting. Let me bring one of them in here who has been waiting for a little while and get their thoughts, and then kind of move towards the end, the final kind of half an hour of our show, I think, and see where we go.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good. Welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hi. My name's Phil.
Phil.
Great. I'm really loving this season so far. It's actually really good. I was trying to think because the division doesn't have to happen this season. So I was thinking originally it's probably something that happens at Rodion or something, Rodion. Or I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous. But I was thinking something there. But then I was thinking, probably not. They're probably going to try to do it this season. Ishi's already said that they're going to be fighting up in the air, over Falme. So maybe Rand pulls too much of the power and Matt makes him release it that way. That's just how I've been kind of trying to see it. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Matt needs to get the dagger again because he still needs to lose his memories, right? So to get them all ready for the next season. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is he'll just draw too much and someone's going to have to make him release it, and Matt's just going to be the one that does it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one that we know that Rand gets stabbed with a dagger, so that's
and he needs those wounds anyways, right? So
exactly. There is it's too early for that one compared to the one we know happens at the end of book 2, right? But it would make sense to resolve it now rather than Matt having to deal with that kind of uncertainty going forward. That's definitely one that is going to, I think, be answered by the end of the season. Brian, what do you think? Brian's back.
Yeah.
I'm back. I just got here. What was the question?
I guess it goes to our poll, which I'm going to end now, and it's pretty, a split poll. Is Min's talent changed in the show? It's pretty much 51. Well, it says 51% yes to 49 no.
That's close.
Yeah. So basically, is she actually seeing? And then she says, "You're going to kill Rand." Like, how is that actually, like, what is she actually, can it be changed? Does she not understand what she's seeing? What do you think?
I mean, it's definitely different than the books. She doesn't see visions that way. She sees symbols and things like that and then interprets them. So it's definitely different. But is she right about what she saw? In the books, if she knows what it means, then that's what it means, and it always comes true. And if she doesn't know what it means, then it doesn't necessarily come true because she doesn't know what it means, so she can't verify if it came true.
Yeah.
But I feel like from a show perspective, she has to be wrong. Like she has to have misinterpreted it, and it's either like metaphor or he's gonna stab him for some other reason, or something like that. There's no way that that she's like actually right.
Dale is trying to like make this not happen. He's like, "Ooh, what if Fane is Mordeth pretending to be Matt?" A lot of people don't want that to happen. Yeah, that's definitely
I don't buy that.
It's too much. I think it's definitely making it a little bit more complicated than it is. But Phil, that's definitely one thing I think will probably resolve by the end of the season. Was there any other question or comment? Anything we haven't talked about that you wanted to bring up?
Oh no, honestly I'm really happy with this season. I know I was actually one of those people that didn't like the last three, but I know COVID happened and everything. But this season's like blown me out of the water. Like I really think they've like made a step up, and I'm really excited for like what's coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
Phil,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, Phil, by the way, that Rodian, when you first say like the word into a public space, I feel like because for the last 4 years I've been like Cairhien, and I've been saying all sorts of stuff for people like
Island we.
So, don't take that one, Island we. Don't take that one.
Well, like I've read the books and I listened to the books, and like listening, I think they changed the pronunciations of things like halfway through. So like I honestly I don't know sometimes. I
used to say Ruidian, and now I say Roidian, and I can't remember why I say Roidian because I love Ruidian. Anyway. But yeah, that's I think I was just gonna say to your point of season one, like seeing this season makes me appreciate just how much better it is, if that makes sense. Like season one, I was like, well,
no, dude, I understand completely. Like this, like they've really done it. Like they've really like pushed like the quality up a lot. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, no, thanks for calling. And again, we're back this Sunday. I think it's 4 p.m. Eastern, right, Matt? And we'll talking more episode 6 and kind of reaction with a show only viewers, and then we'll be back next week on Wednesday to kind of recap and build to episode 7, and then do our episode 7 show.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe it.
Thanks for calling in, and we'll see you back in chat.
Thank you so much.
See you, Phil.
Have a good day.
All right, take care. Yeah.
People, everybody was saying earlier, making fun of me earlier, maybe in the pre-show, because I said Falme, which I never say Falme. I say Falme because that's what we've been saying for a long time. But the TV show says Falme, and so when we're talking about the show, I'm going to say Falme because that's how the TV show says it.
You're going to say it correctly.
Talking about the books, I'm going to say Falme. Like I'm going to change the word, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Yeah. That's just how the world works now. We do the TV show stuff, and we do
All right, Matt, you have to head out.
I do, and thank you for bringing that up. I don't know if you have access to the our Twitter account. So I don't know if you want to throw I think I put both of those thumbnails
Yes.
in our account on the messages. So I don't know if you could throw it up
Yeah.
on the screen, but yeah, just final thoughts is, favorite episode, and maybe people are getting sick of me saying that because it's always been like, well, actually, episode 4 was not my favorite episode.
You didn't. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was like, no, episode 2 is still my favorite, and then 3 or 4, but 5 and 6 have equally been like, no, this is my favorite. And then 6, I was pulling in Elayne and watching this from a bathtub, in the dark, whatever, enjoying just some silence, and it was amazing just how much I was like, wait, no, they're not going to give us this. Oh, no, we got that scene too. And it was the whole entire episode. So while the little things, nitpicks that I have about Matt and Min, and why Swan wasn't more protected than it seemed like she was, like that one got me. I was like, what? Lance.
It was just dark. There were many more guards.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like there should have been like never got that close, but whatever. The favorite episode so far, I think, and I said this on Twitter, I definitely think this episode honored Robert Jordan's world and the experience that we've had as book readers. And simultaneously, I hope it was exciting. And I'll find out for new viewers. I'll be doing that episode on Sunday and Wednesday with with people who have not read the books. And I can't wait to hear what they have to say. If this episode connected with them also, this will be my first kind of journey into interviewing people who have not read the books and for this season and seeing what they have to say. So I'm looking forward to those two. So please do show up at 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday and then 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. Those are going to be 2 fun shows.
Awesome. All right. We'll chat with you later. All right. Take care.
Okay. Sounds good, everybody.
All right.
We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Cool. I think
he talks so much.
Huh?
He talks so much.
It's funny.
No, I'm kidding.
He is. I mean, look, there are people who really like the show, didn't like season 1 or didn't like it as much, and really like season 2 because yes, it's much. But this is, again, people who like Lanfear and Tel'aran'rhiod, like this is like really like they've hit really really well on this. I like this. Yeah, he should host a talk show. Yep, exactly. Elayne, is there something that we haven't touched upon? I feel like there's so many different things that happen, but yeah.
I did notice for one, I was afraid they were going to put like the mouthpiece in Egwene and we weren't going to get the conversations that we did get. That was something I was afraid of that didn't happen. Mm-hmm. But for 2, the girl who does have the really young Damane who finds other channelers, I noticed that she has like a leather collar under the metal collar. So like where the metal is like cutting Egwene's neck and hurting her. I guess when you're like, when you've been broken or trained or reach a higher status and get a bed like her, the blue sitter, that she had that leather under her collar.
Wow.
So that was one thing that I noticed.
That's a great catch.
The costuming again, right? Is it Shannon Graham? Might be saying that wrong, but the
Sharon Gilliam.
Yes,
I'm not sure how to pronounce
exactly.
it.
Yeah, it's just brilliant in terms of how they've captured the Seanchan. It's just brilliant. And we again kept seeing more and more with the blood in this season. In this episode, I thought that was really cool. Brian, what I know you talked about how maybe the fort gate didn't look big enough. What did you think about Falme and what we've seen till now? Does it feel big enough? In terms of what they've shown us. That's one thing with the courtyard fight. I felt like it felt a little bit small to me in terms of just how it looked. But I don't know what you thought about that.
Yeah, I've talked a little bit about this in the past. I feel like the sets look amazing, but they still feel small. Smaller than they should if they were like real places. I think so far the Falme stuff we've seen, like now that the girls are in Falme, the Falme feels much bigger. But they're still doing some really close shots when they're walking through town, which makes me feel like the set they're using the set in a smart way, a smaller set in a smart way. But the thing that did jump out at me in this episode was, in all of them really, is like how few extras there are. There's that one scene when Egwene looks out of through the bars, you know, and it kind of zooms out, and you see the tree, and you see a couple of sul'dam and Damani walk by. There's only three sul'dam, and three Damani, and they walk around. I don't know, like they're going to class or something. I don't know where they're going, but it feels like if this is really like a fortress of like military might of a kennel. Like, have you ever been to a kennel with 4 dogs in it? That's not. You've got all of your Damani here. This is where the Shanshan landed. There's tons of like we should feel more people there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so I do feel like this is purely a budget problem, and it's like I get it, but there's a couple of moments where it's very clear they're using their budget wisely to tell the story and not necessarily to fill it up with like extras and so on. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I kind of pictured, everyone else was in their cell and they only let 3 out at a time, or they're walking on the other side of the building or whatever. It kind of bothered me the most that they burned up their only tree.
They burned up their own tree. That was weird. Yeah. But there's there's sequences like when you look at the Turok scene in episode 5 when he gets the horn. There's like 20 people in that courtyard. It's like a pretty big courtyard, and everybody's there's not that many people. And I would expect a courtyard of that size to have a larger number of people, at least more servants or more guards or more something. Like it's clearly like a budget thing. I'm nitpicking, by the way. This is just me.
Again, I felt like I noticed it, but I was like, it doesn't matter for some reason. It didn't matter to me within the context of what I was seeing. It was definitely there, but it didn't matter. And I felt like for some reason it just made it mattered more in season 1, and it just like it is not as I didn't feel it as much definitely in this.
And somebody pointed out in chat just now, it was Christian Rapper, they couldn't even show the 14 Aes Sedai on screen. So Swan and shows up with 14 Aes Sedai, and we don't see 14 of them. And that's kind of the example we're talking about. They strategically place the shots to make it look like they're very populated, but you can kind of tell they're aiming at a specific part of the set.
Dana Lou's like there are almost 100 people in that courtyard.
Oh my gosh!
Dana,
don't prove me wrong on television.
It's like a 5-minute rant,
making me look stupid in front of everybody.
And Dana Lou's
such a Zool move,
Zool's like actually, it's actually 100 people.
Well,
it's a really big space, so there was a lot of negative space. But I'd rather have that than like really bad CGI extras.
Yes.
So
100%.
Yeah,
100%. This is so much better than season 1, and they did have a couple of scenes with like 1 million extras, right? That's what happened in season 1, and didn't really add anything to the story. I'm just observing.
Yeah,
that they're doing this.
All right. Let me. Matt was talking about Matthew and Shannon, YouTubers who have been reacting to the Wheel of Time, and
nice.
Matt's gonna 4 p.m. Eastern on. The
I love that logo
Wheel.
down there.
Yeah, that's their logo for the YouTube
incredible.
channel. If folks in chat can put their the mods in chat can put their YouTube channel in the chat. They've been reacting, and it's been one of the things that was really funny was just seeing them reacting. They put on the Dusty Wheel stream when episode 4 didn't release on time, so they they went and found the Dusty Wheel and say, hey, what are these guys doing? And they actually had you and Brian, you and Matt like on their live stream like watching like just before they watched the show. So yeah, that's great. So that's coming up this Sunday, and then on next Wednesday, or normal kind of pre-show, is going to be friends of the show. A lot of people here know them. Again, YouTubers who have been reacting to season 2, but they also reacted to season 1. You guys know who I'm talking about here. Let me just put this up here. So show this right here. There we go. Everyday Negroes. Before episode 7, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be on, and Addison, Brandon, and Cairhien are going to talk about what they have been thinking, how they've been experiencing this. I really, really like the way I don't know if either of you have seen any of I haven't seen all of their reactions yet, but their reaction to the slap, and how they just could not get over that. They're like, wait, she's eventually going to be like, we need to talk about this. I think it's like Addison who was like, it's time to box now. It's time to box, or something like that. And it was just like, Cairhien's like, yes, blow it. Like now it's time to blow it up, But it'd be great to sit with them. Matt's gonna have a great time chatting up to episode 6 and build episode 7. So we have a couple of fun.
If you haven't watched Everyday Negroes, you should go subscribe right now and go watch them. They're incredible. Incredible show.
Yeah, it's like amazing reaction, but like Sister Strongjaws, like the names they come up.
The names they come
Brother
up
Book
with is so good.
Is Brother Book. It's just brilliant, and so great people, great show. Okay, so that's what's coming up next week. Brian, Islandwe, anything else that you had in mind that you want me to share? Islandwe, it's kind of getting late for you. Before we let you go here, anything?
It is. I will say, when Elayne said the reason that she wouldn't leave was because Egwene was her friend and she had never had a friend before. Like, I teared up at that. We hadn't really talked about that very much, but that was one of the main scenes that stood out for me.
Yep. No, I think motivations, showing people's motivations and why they're doing things, was kind of key in this episode. And we got a lot of reveals, like, okay, why is Alanna and the Warriors doing what they're doing? Why is the one that we're still waiting for is what are the Damodreds up to? What is their game? And I think that's going to be revealed. Alimi, thank you so much. First time at the end.
Thank you.
Great episode. I'm glad you got to react with us, and we'll see you back in chat. You know what's coming up in the next few weeks, and it'll be a lot of fun just riding this wave. I know it's only 2 more weeks, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Brian?
Yeah, I would say that I've never had a friend thing. I feel like that was like straight up fan service, because when you watch like Twitter and people talk about what Robert Jordan means to them, and I've done this myself, like what the Wheel of Time means to them or what Robert Jordan means to them, a lot of it is like, I feel like I belong for the first time in my life, right? Yeah. And I'm sitting here, when Elayne said that, I was like, that's me. And I have friends now. This is so, and it was like a moment. So I totally agree with that. I think that was just such a great line.
Did you think the show would make you feel, like connected to Elayne?
It makes me feel like a princess. That's all I'm saying.
That's great. We have one last caller. Let's bring them and see what their thoughts are, and then kind of wrap up our show for tonight. Let's see. There we go. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hello. Hi, this is Michael.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for calling. We're about kind of wrapping up, talking about tonight's episode. Did you have a question, comment? What did you want to talk about?
I did, but I've been waiting so long, and we listen to the show while we wait. So my original question changes about 47 times by the time I get to talk to you, because I hear other people's questions, and it makes me think something else and something different. And I've been watching you guys since 7:30. And I can't believe
Wow,
you're
thank
still
you.
going. So thank you for taking my call. I
of
only
course.
stopped to watch the episode, which I am blown away by the way. Just incredible. I have so many thoughts I can't stand it, but I'll try to limit myself. I know you need to shut it down. I wanted to say, it looks like next episode from the preview. Did you watch the preview?
No, so
No, watch the
we're
preview.
not talking about the preview.
We're not talking about that.
We'll
Not talking about the preview.
We'll talk about the preview maybe next Wednesday, but a lot of people don't like to be spoiled, so we're not going to mention that or what's coming up.
Okay, I won't mention it then. I'll skip to the other question I had.
Yeah.
Do
Thank
you
you.
think that we're going to see the Tel'aran'rhiod that Matt's going to have to go through at some point before we go to the next step?
So the
You mean the red twisted doorway?
Yeah, the twisted redstone door frame. Is that what you're referring to, Michael? Did we lose you?
Hulu?
I'm still here.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you mean the red doorway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. That's a good question. I think the answer is maybe, and the reason I think that is we did get that sequence with Loyal and Ingtar walking out of Surath's room, and Loyal says, "Did you find it?" And he said, "They're referring to the Horn of Valir." He said, "There's a room with curiosities, and they don't even lock it down." And that is, since we didn't get Tyr this season, that room almost has to be the room that Matt and Moiraine and Rand all found in the books. And so yeah, the doorway kind of has to be there. I think it's an open question as to whether we'll even get that sequence. They might just cut it, but if they keep it, like, I know a couple of fans whose minds would be completely blown if somebody goes through that doorway this season.
Yeah, no, I think the choice of using that as a kind of a change in Matt, I think, that definitely, giving motivations to characters in a way that, yes, what's coming up next. I think it'll be interesting. We'll find out by the end of the season which way they're going, because if they're going to Rhuidean, well, how do we know that's where we have to go? Is it, introducing it now would be interesting, but how do they actually fit it into the episode by the end of, episode 8 would be a little bit difficult, but it'd be great. If you ask pretty much all fans here if they want the twisted redstone door frame in the next couple of weeks, I think most people would say yes. Actually, let me ask people in chat here.
And you just mentioned if they're going to Rhuidean, but what if they're going to Tanchico? How's that party going to look? I mean, are they going to bring Tom and Julian back together somehow as having been working together, and then they just show up, and that's how that starts to culminate?
Maybe
there's many ways they can go into book 4 and ahead, and it'll be really hard because there's so many great places to go, and what they've kind of done is chosen one big city. To last season it was Tar-Valon, and they went to Faldara at the end. This time they're doing Cairhien and Falme. So I would imagine next is Caemlyn and the Waste is how I'm thinking of it, because we've heard some things about Caemlyn and in terms of season 3. But yeah, Tanchico is definitely something, and Tom we know will return just from some of the things that we've seen from the actor on social media. But yeah, I think
we did get in the interviews. Somebody, I think it was Donald, said that there's they filmed a psychedelic scene.
Yeah. I think it was,
and I think that's
Rosamund.
for season 3.
Yeah.
So I think that experience is going to happen in season 3 and not in this season.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I agree with you, honestly. The season 3 has a bigger budget, and I think they've had opportunities to build on some things that they already have. So it's possible that we get 3 cities in season 3, because I'm struggling to think of what the girls would be doing for the whole season in Caemlyn. But yeah, I just think it's a good question. That's a little bit far out there to have anything other than pure speculation, though.
Yeah.
So
All right, Michael.
I don't know if that helps answers your question.
I'm gonna ask our audience here: is the twisted redstone door frame in the Room of Curiosities in Falme? See what they think, and kind of go from there. But thank you for calling, and yeah, we've been here since I don't know how many hours ago now, and still going, but coming towards the end because it is getting late into the night. But thank you for watching, and thank you for calling.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good to talk to you. Bye.
So yeah, I mean, there's so many things they can do, and there's so little time left.
I know.
I do like that they showed Ingtar. Do you think we're gonna see the Ingtar kind of
I was thinking about this much earlier when we were not doing book spoilers, and I kind of want to bring it up. One of the things that we sort of discussed was, does Liandrin have a redemption arc? Is she going to be?
Oh, I maybe when you were away, I actually did talk about that.
Maybe you guys came back to it. But one of the things I was thinking about that was, if I don't think we have room for 2 redemption arcs in a season. So I think if Liandrin's going to get one, but I mean, it wouldn't be too much later because she survives for another season or so. But if she were to get a redemption arc, I don't think we get an Ingtar redemption arc.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But they also, we haven't seen enough of Ingtar to really care about him very much.
Yes.
So we need to see a lot of him in episode 7 in order for anything in episode 8 to pay off. Yeah, I think we'll get it. But it
won't be it won't hit as big as
the books did.
Yeah, because we haven't. It's hard to spend that.
We haven't spent as much time with them.
A lot of people are talking.
I think like the Liandrin thing would be interesting. Like I think what Ingtar tells us in the books is that no one is so far gone to the shadow that they can't come back to the light, right? And I think like that's a theme you see in the books over and over. And I think if they really wanted to in the show, they could do a thing where Liandrin repents, comes back to the light or whatever, and then gets collared. And like that's her punishment, despite being realizing that she had been wrong this whole time, and then she gets collared and dragged away, and then we never see her again. That it could potentially happen, and then she gets a sort of a redemption arc without necessarily like all coming out all sunshine and roses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that is definitely. There is a way they could do that, and whether they do it with Ingtar, not in the same way, but why would Ingtar have a redemption? Is what I'm thinking.
He hasn't done anything wrong yet. Like we haven't proven
he's a dark friend.
You need an episode of sitting with him as a dark friend before we can redeem him. We can't find out 5 minutes before the end of episode 8. You know
exactly. There is one last caller. This is our last caller for the night. We don't have too much time, but so I'll bring them on and see what their thoughts are. And let me. People have stuck around this long. I just remembered I was going to do giveaways, but I forgot. So I'm going to do a mug giveaway now. So exclamation point raffle in chat. And it should be started now. Let's see. I think it's there. Yep. Okay. All right. Let me make sure. Do you guys see it? I don't see it on my end. Okay. No. Yep. Okay. Awesome. All right. So let's take our last caller, and then we'll wrap it up. Hey, welcome to the Dusty Wheel. Who's this?
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? This is Epic Fail, Sasha from Twitter of Time.
Hi. Thank you for calling.
Hey, everybody. I'm just so happy to be on this show and to hear everybody's opinions about the latest episode. It's been so near and dear to my heart. And, girl, did Maddie Magdalene fucking sell it or what?
I mean, we're talking about Kate Fleetwood, Zoe Robbins, but I think what we saw from Maddie in this episode, in a room with one other actor, just brilliant depiction of not just what she's going through, what we know as book readers, what her future holds. It's just absolutely amazing in terms of showing us that. I totally agree. She's they're all slaying it for sure.
Y'all, coming from the real dirty South, where we are dealing with real life repercussions of the actual enslavement of people that existed in the United States, I was so proud to see these actors really going hard in those scenes, really laying it out for folks, especially with some of the articles we've been reading and responses we've been seeing to the Shan Chan. I'm so proud of these actors really going hard for the representation, and I can't wait to see what's next. I can't wait to see the next steps for Maddie, for Egwene's arc, for the Shan Chan's conclusion of season 2. Y'all feel me? I'm really excited to be on this show. Thank y'all for talking to us about it. I've really loved y'all's opinions so far this evening. Y'all really repping for the 504. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for calling. And I totally agree. It's kind of it's the last 2 episodes left, but so much that they've given to us and so much more that I'm sure that they'll continue to give. So thank you so much for calling. And we love to do this, and we're going to continue to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great night. I'll see you all next week, same time. You heard me?
All right. Take care. Good night.
See you next time at the end. At the bar side.
Yeah. But yeah, so no, I mean, it's kind of perfect in terms of, hey, we like being here, but seeing some of the acting and performances, tonight was special. It's I can't see how. It's not about topping it.
How can episode 7 and 8 be any better than this?
Yeah, no, and I don't think they have to be, right? Like, this is the standard. If this is how they're going into the end of the season, it's perfect. It's like in terms of expectation. I was talking to, I forget who I was talking to. I was like, I'm kind of maybe curbing my enthusiasm a little bit. It really shouldn't be at this point after the last 2 episodes, because I think they're clearly. Just so good in terms of where they've gotten us, and I feel like Matt's talked a little bit about episode 8 and the kind of effect that had on us, but I don't know. I'm in a really good spot right now, so I'm gonna keep riding this wave. Brian, are you in that kind of same boat?
Yeah, when season 1 ended, there was about a month of discourse before it all kind of just faded away.
Yeah.
And then it took like almost a year for the community to really get back into hype mode again.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's going to happen this time. I think we're going to be talking about it for a year.
Yeah.
Until until season 3 comes out.
Yeah. No, I think
because there's just so much in here. Like, there's so much more in the season 2 episodes so far than we ever got in season 1, and there's so many great scenes to dissect and go into, and there's a lot of like Easter eggs, there's a lot of book references, there's a lot of fan service, there's a lot of just amazing acting and the dialogue and the writing, and I mean, we could go on for costumes, we could go on forever about this stuff. So I guess it just remains to be seen if they stick the landing.
Yes.
Right? Like, can we get an episode 8 that caps off this incredible season and makes a it's like, where's season 3? We cannot wait for season 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
No, totally. No, I mean, again, riding that wave, there's really, we shouldn't have anything, like nothing to doubt at this point. I feel like, going into the future, I think nothing to fear. It's going to be good. Like, it has to be. Like, they've set expectations really well here, I think, for us. I'm going to go ahead and people who have stuck around here and give another maybe 10 seconds and close entries, and see who's winning. Omar agrees with you, Brian. That
Oh, finally, somebody tonight agrees with me. Every time I've said something, people are like, Brian's wrong, like all night long.
I'm like,
Thank
hey,
you, Omar.
I have agreed with you. Usually it's me who's like,
okay.
Yeah. So, well, I think what he's trying to say, we have to have a strong episode 8. No, I agree.
I have to have a strong episode 8.
All right, let me
we really do. I mean,
Yeah.
if episode 8 is a letdown, then we're all going to feel let down, which is going to be
let's
a bummer.
not let's not even, it's going to be good.
Yeah,
all right.
let's not even entertain this thought. But season 1 ended, and it was like, you know what? Take 2 years to make season 2 really
Yes.
great. You can take your time, but we really want them to end on episode 8 and then be like, okay, you've got enough time. Give us season 3 right now.
Yes.
Give us season 3 right now. That's what we really want.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pick a winner and see who has won a Dusty Wheel mug. Light-Blinded Fool. Well,
nice.
Well, I mean, you were on the show last night, and now you are. Yes.
Now you're winning stuff.
Now you're
winning
stuff.
at life, right there.
You know
what.
how to get in touch with us. Congratulations. I think giving mugs away and doing this is the fun, the fun stuff. All right, Brian. I think that's our time for tonight. Any parting words before we say good night to our wonderful people here?
Yes.
That was it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just want to say, like, we're episode 6, and I've been on the show for the premiere, for the last 3 episodes that we've watched live with you guys, and this is just like the most fun I've had in a very long time. I love being here with you and watching the show with you and watching the show with Matt and watching the show with all of you. Everybody who's watching, you are what makes the Dusty Wheel awesome. And you are the ones that make this like just so much fun to participate in.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you for all doing watch parties with us, for talking with us for hours and hours and hours. Really, really just love this. And I can't wait to do it again next week and the week after that.
Yeah, no, totally. This is, the time spent that feels like, well, like I can do this forever, right? It's like,
do this forever.
Yeah, exactly. It just.
Matt and I did the BARSIDE Chats episode, which, by the way, if you haven't listened to our mid-season review, it's been on the BARSIDE Chats podcast feed. Go listen to it. But Matt and I talked for over an hour on this, and I swear we could have talked for 5 hours about the first 5 episodes.
Yeah.
And we hadn't even watched episode 6, and so it's just like, this is so much fun. This is why we do what we do, and why we hang out the way we do, and it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun.
No, it's awesome. All right, cool. So we'll be back, like I said, this Sunday with Matthew Haynes and Shannon, YouTubers who are reacting, and then next week. And thank you all for being here and watching with us and breaking this down. It's I need to recollect and maybe watch again. Give maybe a day or so. I don't know. I felt like I was going to watch right away, but I feel like now I want to just settle for a little bit and then watch. So thanks everyone for being here. And as we say around here, good night from the Dusty Wheel, and smash the black.
You went right to kill it. Look at you, you're all ready. You're just done. I mean, this is like, this is one
really
of the
well.
biggest scenes.
And now I'm like, great, my turn.
And if you don't like that, you want to say, well, Robert Jordan could have made the 2 rivers all white. He could have, but he didn't. So,
Just complimented me on my dress, and as you can clearly see, I'm
sad.
I see Nakomi as something along the lines of a Shadar Haran analog.
It does make sense why it outlasted the breaking.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have Therese in the show, because she's going to correct everything that
Hey everybody, welcome to the Dusty Wheel Show. What? Meme Off Challenge. Yay!
Carrot, like baby face mounted on like a huge body. So like all
This
of
is
a
not
sudden,
just
it's like,
a traditional fantasy, right? There are sci-fi
And
elements.
just a
for
moment
those that are
ago,
kind of interested.
Rafe tweeted something. So let me get my guest in here with me. And
probably, I would say, put in 70, 80% of the work. I got to be over the shoulder and be like, no,